special guest, chief guest, Mr. Ajay Reddy, Chairman, Andhra Pradesh State Skill Commission. I welcome very different and also very important guest for us, Mr. Shrikant Sinha, whom we know for a very, very long time and we have been partnering with him. I would also like to welcome Mr. Hari and Mr. Ganesh, who has very specially come on request towards ICT Academy, and also all other distinguished guests. We have kept a very, we wanted to have a very common connection with you, so we just wanted to keep a select group. And fortunately for us, we got a very good support. And we have got this great venue. So I'd like to thank the management for providing us this. Mr. Jayesh will be joining us a bit late. So I think we are just slightly changing our agenda. We'll start the event, and when he joins us at that time, we will give some of the activities. So before we start any event, we like to start with our national anthem. So I'll request all of you to please stand and start the national anthem. So I'll just take 3-4 minutes just to give my own introduction, because in the South it's a lot of our partners. I'm not going to meet one-to-one, but we had some Zoom interaction. I took over this assignment almost 3 years back. First few months we were trying to work on these things, but then very crucial time from March 2020 we had lost because of COVID. And COVID impacted our business the worst, because our business gets badly affected when you have start, stop, that kind of things. And because of that, a lot of schemes suffered, a lot of training suffered, and momentum, which we are supposed to didn't really have. But the good thing is, now last few months, things are back to normal. We have started having personal interaction, and today we are organizing this great event, Manthan, which is Telecom Sector Skill Council annual event. We decided to have it in South India. Reason why we wanted to decided to do it in South India, because from electronics, telecom area, southern region, I think there are a lot of industries, a lot of tractions, a lot of work happening, and we actually want to devote this full year working with all the states of South. We want to also strengthen our relationship with all our extended arms, our partners here, and we would like to actually really do great work for the youth of this region. So as far as I'm concerned, I actually have got more than 38 years experience in industry. I've been, last 20-25 years, I've been CEOs of various companies, mainly electronics. I started with electronics, and then Telecom. I was also from 2003 to 2008. I was global CEO for Thomson, based out of Europe, where we had factories all over Mexico, Poland, Italy, France, 2 factories in China. And then that was a period, like when I was interacting with people world over, what I realized, the 2 very big differences. One, all the successful professionals I met in those countries, I asked them how did you join this great company. So most of the time the response was that we came as apprentices to this company and we were working here for 1 or 2 years and they liked our work and they offered us this job and that is how I get started. And in India, 25-30 years back, we never had that kind of things. The other thing which I also observed when I was talking to people in Japan and then later in Korea and then later in China, a lot of these people, especially people who were in late 50s or 60s, their comment used to be that our generation has gone in building the nation. So I felt that I think it was a time that I should also think of giving back to the society. And then in 2018, 2019, I decided to leave my regular career. And I was founder member of Telecom Sector Council. It was formed in 2014. And when our CEO was retiring at the age of 67, I decided to take this responsibility. And since then, working on the building of career of the youth. In Telecom Sector Council, we realized in the last few years that a lot of good work has happened since 2014. A lot of foundation work has happened. You can always find shortcomings, but I see the good work which has happened. Like for example, we have got more than 1,000 training partners, we have got all kind of QPs, we have got assessment systems, we have got our own job portal, we have got many things. And then that was the time what was required, some real change, some real rethinking was required. Because I came from the industry and I realized that what was the industry expectation versus what training we were giving. Most of the time, when we were looking at training, we were seeing training from left-hand side. That is, the process was that you find some youth who were school dropouts or who were underprivileged and those kind of background. We wanted to create jobs for them, we wanted to skill them. And we skill them, bring them to training centers, give them training, assess them, give them certificate, and then look for a job for them. And most of the time what we found that there was a very big gap between training centers, academia on one side, and other side jobs. Industry was always complaining that they are not getting well-trained manpower. Whereas all training partners, all colleges had a complaint that their youth are not getting a job. So what we did, first of all we decided that as Telecom Sector Council, we will act as a big bridge. We will try to narrow down this gap between these two set of operations. We will try to provide jobs. And another thing what we started doing is, first we started getting mandate from the industry that you tell us what are the jobs you have got in hand and what kind of salary you will give, which location you have the job. And then accordingly try to find out and talk to the youth in advance. I think the big difference, and you will appreciate, you're all from an industry and you have got a lot of experience. The moment youth knows that these are the job options or these are the various options he has got, and this is the kind of stipend or salary he's going to get, he makes a choice. Like for example, if he knows that he will be ultimately a job as a sales executive in Samsung mobile, I think his learning will be very different. Not only he will complete his QP, he will also try to learn of his own because he will aspire to get a good job. I think we have all seen in IITs, like youth, they have a competition to go to the best of the organization. So these youth also, if they go in advance, and we have got jobs with Apple, we have got jobs with Samsung, Foxconn, Airtel, Jio, all these companies, they will absorb them. I think their seriousness to learn will be very different. So for doing that, we created a placement and staffing vertical. The role of this vertical is we are coordinating with all the staffing companies like Questop, Better Place. Same way, we are also coordinating with all the big placement companies. We are understanding from them what are the requirements for say next 12 months. Most of the industry people, I think I've been also part of that. I think we need people on yesterday basis. So we are supposed to be planned, but most of the time the crisis time. And today, like for example, logistics has got a big demand, or telecom has a big demand. So they will just take people whose service is available. So what change we are bringing is that we know in advance that in these districts, in these places, these are the kind of jobs that we require. We proactively train manpower. Now we train these manpowers under the various schemes. We get schemes which are government schemes, we get state schemes, we have got ESDM, PMPY4 is coming. That is one set. Other than this, we also have CSR funds. Under CSR funds, we train a lot of manpower. We are also working with various foundations who also have got a big task of doing things for girl child, underprivileged. So we are taking all those mandates and we are organizing trainings proactively so that these youth are absorbed. We have our job portal, Telecom jobs. We are trying to train youth onto that. And what we are also trying to do in here, trying to make it so simple that anybody can really use it. You don't need a very high intellect to really use that. So that is the job portal building. We are also now with LMS, which is a learning platform, where we are putting all our content, people can learn from there, freely available. So there are multiple activities we are doing. And today's interaction is mainly around explaining you what all we are doing to panel discussion, what we have got. Also, what we are going to do during lunchtime and also in the evening, networking time, we will be meeting each one of you. I've got a senior team, my colleagues who have come from Gurgaon, Chennai and Kerala, as well as Andhra. So they will be interacting with you and we will make sure that we actually plan big things with you, and ultimately, the real objective of our existence is that we have to make life of this youth much better. We have to make scaling aspirational, and the way government is putting a lot of emphasis that scaling should now go a step above education. I think on that, how we can really contribute, we'll be working on that. So with this starting notes, I'll request our chief guest today, Mr. Untitled Chapter, to please give his keynote address. Thank you.
Good morning and namaskar. Yeah, I'm Ajay Reddy, Skill Development Chairman Andhra Pradesh. I have been in office since 1 year. I thank Telecom Skill Sector for inviting me to this event. I'm very much privileged to be present here with all of you. I thank you again. This is a nice words from the CEO of Telecom Skill Sector. And what our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Y. Jagannath Reddy thinks is also very much on the similar lines. What he says is, he has announced Skill Corporation as the nodal agency for skilling in India. So any department which needs skilling has to go to us. So this is the one of the most important announcements our Chief Minister has made once he has come to power. And then what is our thinking is the skilling aspect could be technical, could be practical. Maybe a 10th class dropout could become a mason, an electrician, any technician, mobile phone repairer, and as as he goes up to his education, right up to engineering, he should be skilled. So what is the basic thinking is, the person should be polished and he should be job ready once he is out of the institution. This is what the AP government is thinking. So in this process, we have tie-ups with various big IT companies like Capgemini, UiPath, Samsung, where through CSR with their own trainers, they're giving a lot of training for the various students in various engineering colleges. And then we have a lot of presence in most of the engineering colleges, degree colleges, through our Simon centers, Gasol centers, employability skill centers, CM centers of excellence. So we have a lot of presence. So Skill Corporation is doing a lot of work in AP. So in trying to improve the skilling of the young students so that they can be placed once they finish their studies. So this is how we are going. And then recently, our Chief Minister has come forward with new initiatives like, we want to establish one skill hub in one assembly center. That we have 175 assembly segments. So the basic idea is to establish 175 skill hubs. Depending on the location, industry demand, we are trying to develop the curriculum. And then to oversee the skill hubs, we are going to have 26 skill colleges spread across AP, one in each parliament segment, one in our CM's constituency. To oversee the colleges, we are going to have one skill university at top. So you can understand we are trying to build a pyramid so that most of these aspects can be taken care of. And then right from 10th school dropout to the engineering graduates, most of the issues can be sorted out and they can get placed in according to their choice. So we are doing a lot of work and I thank once again the Telecom Skills Center for inviting me here for this event. These are my few initial remarks and the rest we shall interact further. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, sir. That is very, very good words. Your presence here and your addressing our partners here, I think it means a lot. And it gives us the confidence that definitely the next 1 year, the kind of projects that we plan will have a great success. What we are doing, most of these projects that we want to do is based on the regional needs, local needs. Instead of having a tailor-made uniform plan and program, what we are designing is we understand the requirement because every region, every state, every district has got a different kind of requirement and accordingly we will do it. And I'm personally very thankful to you, sir. We have also agreed to be in our second panel where we are going to talk about LEP 2020 and being your presence will definitely help us a lot. Thank you very much for that. So with that, let's start with our first panel. And very, very powerful panel. I must say that I have some really, really strong industry colleagues who are going to participate. So I'd like to invite first Mr. Shrikant Sinha, CEO for Task. I request Mr. Hari Balachandran, CEO ICT Academy, Tamil Nadu. From industry side, we have got Mr. Rudresh, who is the cluster manager for Reliance. And I request my colleague Praveen Siroli, who is the regional head for West as well as to be present here. Please come.
I'll be your moderator. Thank you very much. Good morning once again. Good morning once again. This is a very, very important panel, and this panel is specially designed with a very clear purpose that with such a senior colleagues, people, industry experts who have got here, we want to touch all aspects which are critical for us to develop perfect understanding. My extended arms, my training partners are here. I think we have developed the understanding, and the project which we have taken for next 1 year, I think we will get a lot of support because of these inputs from your side. So today's panel is demand-based training in the telecom sector. As I was saying that we believe that all training should be actually based out of demand. Interest on learning comes when somebody knows that what is the exact objective of the learning. I remember, like sometime back, one of my very, very senior dear friend used to say that today, if you want to become expert on any subject, I think you can become, because internet has got so much to offer you, so much you can read, right? You can become expert on food, you can become expert on plants, you can become any subject, and I think whole life you can devote on that. But ultimately you have to choose where you're devoting your time. And same is the case with the youth, and today's youth, like they are very different. When you ask them to study something, first thing they ask, what is it for me? Like ultimately how is it going to help me? Is it going to help my career? Is it help me in any way? What does it mean to me? So from that point of view, we as PSSC believe that all our skilling, all our training should be demand-based. But how to really achieve that? How to develop that understanding? I remember when it was like the first few months of my joining Telecom Sector Skill Council, and I have come from telecom industry where I was group CEO of various verticals of very different companies. So the question most of my training partners asked, it was in actually Bihar and Jharkhand. These were the places I was having a training meet like this. So I asked them that, why you guys are not applying for higher numbers for telecom. So the response was कि sir हमारे state में तो telecom का कुछ भी नहीं है. Now telecom is what? There are 3 telecom operators, Airtel, Jio, only 2-3 tower companies, which is Indus Tower, American Tower, TVI, and 3 equipment manufacturers, Ericsson, Nokia, Huawei, right? So ultimately in Bihar, Jharkhand is nobody. And then I had to tell them that Bihar itself had more than 10,000 towers. They had some 6,000 kilometers of fiber at that time. They had maybe 30,000-40,000 retailers who were selling handsets, SIMs, etc. So what we did, we came out with a research report which we circulated, and we did a lot of work around that. There are more than 6,000 companies in telecom. And these telecom companies, they employ more than 5 million youth in various fields, various areas. But still, wherever I go, this gap is there, this issue is there. So today's, I think, in meeting, we'll try to first understand what does it mean. So before actually going into detailed question answer, I'll request each of my panelists to introduce themselves. So we can start from.
Good afternoon all. Good opportunity to join you here actually. I am myself Rudresh. I am from Reliance Industries. I have worked for the last 15 years. So I take care for service as well as the inventory, as I was in front end for the business which we can be really utilized in this work. So I really appreciate that this is the first time the skill has been come into this ground, which it is really matters now. It's a digital world which we have been there right now. Okay, I can see how many ways still there are many people are struggles to use the digital payments, or they struggle to use their WhatsApp or maybe Android. Still they look for the keypad mobile because they are not educated on it. So these are right things that like the youth people definitely can get this as new generation up into the things. So that's where we are together here putting hands together. So definitely we can turn our image here. Definitely this can be changed out. So by coming city here, so everyone can appreciate this is the right thing which has been come out in telecom sector. That's what I be with you together to get it on. One of the best we can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Adi Balachandran and I work with the ICT Academy. ICT Academy is an organization that helps bridge the gap between talent requirement that the industry requires and the skills that students possess when they graduate from higher education institutions. We were largely focused on information technology and communication engineering areas till recently. But we've added the telecom and the electronic parts to our training and skilling programs that will enable students to become workforce ready when they graduate from higher education institutions. That's the reason why we are a not-for-profit organization, and we work with thousands of institutions across India doing this work of getting workforce ready people for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very good morning. My name is Sri Kanasana and I'm the CEO for Telangana Academy for Skill and Knowledge. Our model is slightly different. We look at skill as an integral part along with the education itself. Right, so we work along with educational institutions. So instead of creating another institution which will compete for students, we ensure that skills becomes an integral part of education itself. And that's where, and how the genesis of Ask happened very interesting. Because in 2014, when the state was getting bifurcated, they did a survey of about 1,400 organizations only to realize that less than 10% local youth were employed in those organizations. And second thing, they realized that the quality of those local youth were not matching up to the expectations of the companies that they were working for. And that's where, as a vision of the Honorable IT Minister Sri K.T. Ramarao Garu, and under the guidance of the Honorable Principal Secretary Jayashanji, task was set up. Prior to joining task as the CEO of NASCOM Foundation, I've been into education, training, development domain for last 34 years plus. I think telecom, if you look at it, and I've always been talking about it, is in 94, 95, some of you would be remembering, when initially mobiles had just started coming, an incoming call used to be 64 rupees for 30 seconds. And then it changed, and today if you look at it, how telecom sector has actually progressed, incoming, outgoing, everything is free. It's data that you actually pay for. And that's the tectonic shift which has happened. Thanks to organizations such as Reliance, etc. Today if you look at it, phones are there with everyone. And that's where the actual change has happened, which not only gives rise to, in fact, a lot of players were there in telecom, but then of course, you boil the ocean and a couple of them settle down. And today, as Arvindji was saying that, only a couple of them are there who are left. And these are very, very serious players. If you look at telecom, and if I talk about Reliance itself, I think it is not telecom itself, but it's a way of living. And that's what they are trying to promote through the various things, including the telecom. But the base platform on which everything is operated is telecom itself. And that's where demand is there. If you look at it from Telangana side, of course, if you look at it, OnePlus has got the biggest manufacturing facility over here. We have got a whole lot of R&D facilities over here. If you look at the Telangana government, there is a policy supporting electronics manufacturing, and we of course have been partnering with the Telecom Sector Skill Council over the years and trained close to 6,000 plus students and placed a lot of them. The potential today, as Mr. Bali was rightly saying, is huge. If I go, in fact, if you look at our website, we are very proud that being a government organization, a lot of more than 450 plus corporate organizations advertise their entry-level jobs on our portal. And that's how it is. And a lot of them are from across. So Reliance definitely is always there. There are various other players also from the telecom sector who are looking for people. Electronics manufacturing itself, if you look at it, a lot of potential is there and we need skilled people for it. So I'll probably end over here itself. Probably later on we will speak more. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be part of such an office panel also. Thanks.
Thank you. So, first of all, welcome to all of you. Myself, Praveen Suraj, I am a regional head for West and South in Telecom Sector Skill Council. And basically, I had a lot of experience related to the industry as well as in the telecom side also. And totally like, if I can tell, I worked in the factory itself. So I was being started my career from the 15 years. So I've been working for the entire. So I have that experience related to the industry as well as and various times I participated in the academia also. So when we decided this particularly this meet, because it was long back we were discussing this, our CEO Mr. Manthan told that to Telecom Manthan. So then we decided to have like 4 leg of that particularly to match it. Like we plan to call our industry partners here, we plan to call our academia partners who are being placed, and then our training partners, and then instead with the government officials. So that it entirely complete the total purpose of that Manthan. When there is a demand itself is there is supply is there, and now mostly as the telecom, as Sir has also told, it's a very wide. Even if you see that all digital payments, wherever you see, whether the phone pay or the PTM or whatever, everywhere there is a telecom sector. So it is not only the 3 operators kind of things. So wherever you will feel like that, and wherever there is any communication, there is a transfer of the communication that comes in the telecom sector. So there is a huge demand, and the skilling, what is going to be changed in the future, now it's already started from that NSDC or that all governments applying. So they are basically going toward only demand. So that we are going to be discussed right now. But the demand is the first key focus area for any kind of the skilling. Thank you, sir.
So, my first question is to Manthan. We have got decision makers, Mr. Ajay Reddy here, and also people who would like to really understand and hear from you. Do you really believe that in the skill gap between the graduates which are coming out of the colleges? Secondly, how we can really identify that gap, and also as a skill organization, what role we can play to really bridge that gap?
The easiest measure to check if there is a skill gap is to talk to the companies which hire graduating students. And more often than not, you will hear that most of them spend about 3 to 6 months in preparing the students to be actually working on a project. That's the single measure of how the gap exists between the skills that students possess when they graduate and what the industry requires. So this gap is real. Second is that the university education system, which governs most of our academic curriculum, today has not been able to incorporate a lot of changes. Now, the reason why that is because the changes are so rapid that it's very difficult to catch pace with them, with a system that is already existing. That is why companies like ours, or Telecom Academy for Skills and Knowledge, are able to help these students pick up those skills necessary that industry requires and demands. Now that is important because then the time the company spends on training them is reduced substantially. And that is what the industry is wanting. Today, when you go to meetings with industry and academia together, one of the requests that comes from academia is that please collaborate with us so that we can change the curriculum, incorporate what is the latest that they can incorporate. Second, give us some internships so that the students can come and work in these industries and pick up some knowledge. Arrange for some industrial visits so that our students can come and see what is happening in these companies so that they can learn. There are numerous demands that are made by academia to these meetings that I attend. And it's very telling. And many of the companies today are willing. When I was in the last meeting some time back, a company from Calcutta which is setting up a big facility, told the entire audience that they cannot get graduate engineers or even diploma holders who can solder properly. They don't know the soldering material. They don't know how to solder. These are gaps that are there, and then this person cannot be put on the shop floor to work. Now, having said that, there's also the problem in the entire learning system. Most of it comes very theoretical, so there is very little practical elements. So labs have to be set up which then reinforce the learning of theory in those labs where practical knowledge is done. Third, I think it's very important that the entire rounding up of learning comes from an industry that tells you how this thing is used actually in industry. I'm just giving an example. There are a lot of people in the computer science and IT learn C and C++ or Java or Python, but they don't know how is it used actually in software companies when they're doing projects. That rounding up has to be done by the industry expert who come in. And finally, the assessment has to be not the conventional multiple choice or a long-pointed answer or practical test, but a problem, which is a project-based learning assessment that will confirm that all aspects of theory, knowledge, and skills are available with the student so that he can then go and replicate. One yet another big problem that we see coming because of this gap is because the foundation skills are very weak, though some technical knowledge is available. What I mean by foundational skills are skills related to problem solving, critical reasoning, design thinking, collaborative work, continuous learning, project management. These are absolutely big gaps that we find in students when they pass out of these academic higher learning institutions, but they cannot actually use this to get through their work. So that is something that we see as a big gap that is coming besides the technical and functional knowledge. So the gap really exists. We are trying to bridge the gap, but it is also incumbent on academic institutions to bring in a lot of change in the curriculum design in terms of incorporating new things that will help students acquire the necessary knowledge and skills that will be deployed by the students when they get to the workforce.
Thank you, Bala. I think you brought out some very, very good points. Probably, India, when we go historically, we see that originally, say 1,000 years back or more than that, India was a skill nation, and that is why we were like 29% GDP of the world. Reason was that skills were transferred from family to family. They were experts, they were specialized. And then, maybe this British education system came, and everybody wanted to wear a white shirt and a tie and wanted to speak English. And so whole focus changed. And then there was a time when, for getting a job, you just needed, if you knew how to really groom yourself and spoke a few lines of English, you'll get a job. Then the time came, a lot of people started speaking English, a lot of people knew how to dress up, they were not villagers, they started looking like city boys. Then the question was, do you know computers? The moment somebody says, yes, I know C for computer, please come, join us. And then a stage came that everybody knew what is computer, they knew what is mouse, what is keyboard. And then the question started coming, do you know how to work on Word and Excel and PowerPoint presentation? And now, like anybody who's coming out of school is actually dexterous as far as these things are concerned. Now, in such situation, how to get a job is something, like which we have to really find. And then what are the reasons and how really, and that is what I think today we are trying to find out. So on the same note, I remember in 2003, Reliance came out with the campaign, Kar lo duniya mutti mein, right? और सब लोगों को ये लगा कि मे बी रिलायंस ग्रुप वांट की सारी दुनिया अपनी मुट्ठी में कर लो, सारा बिजनेस अपने पास ले लो, एंड ऑल पीपल मिसअंडरस्टूड इट इन दैट मैनर. उस समय फोन जो था वो बेसिकली कॉल के लिए यूज होता था या एसएमएस के लिए यूज होता था. एंड देन they had that vision, like they have vision today also on the same way. Today, like this handheld device, this mobile that you have got, is actually do everything for you, right? And this is not the end, actually is the beginning. I was with some IIT professors, they were talking that in coming years, this mobile will also be working instead of sniffing dogs. Like you can use it to assess is there any kind of bombs, danger or danger, those kind of things. Sensors, gas sensors, fire sensors, all those kind of things will also really come in there. So that kind of development is happening. So with these points, I'd like to ask Rudresh, Reliance, what do you believe first 5G, what kind of changes it is going to bring? And also as far as the state is concerned, how this state will benefit and ultimately how youth will get more jobs, what kind of jobs will be coming? What is your views on that?
Thank you, sir. Like what we can tell, I think you have covered most of the things, how we have come on and where we have been expecting the things actually. Sorry. Thank you, sir. Like what you have rightly said, we are from the ground and now the expectations for the generation is very, very far what we are thinking as well. 5G, everyone knows what exactly this is being covered. And this is one of the most fast connectivity network which is already in the market now, and still we were using like 4G, still we are not switched on to the 5G. So maybe the people who are thinking for the change and new answers, definitely they will go for the 5G network which they really need it. And I think there is no word of telling for my, you people are already experienced with the Geo network, what we are already are there. And coming up to the point of the skills which we are looking for the people into the formats which should reach from the ground for each public, what we are expecting. But still we are hiring the freshers and we are training by ourselves. But like the plan you have been told today, if you are giving a skill to us, so that definitely will reach us to the platform what we are expected from the ground. Like we are not looking, customers, we are looking all type of profiles which customers come. Maybe he's a cab driver, maybe they are a vegetable maker who comes into the shop and he don't know anything about it. Okay, so where the skilled person will educate him there to make us our potentially of the usage of the product that he don't know anything, maybe a 7th or 8th pass. Okay. That's what we are expecting. So now the skilled youth which you are giving, so definitely I can tell that this can be make a remarkable changes in a retail industry, what I can tell.
Thank you. Good. So we actually, everybody sitting here is looking for great demand coming from Reliance. We also handle retail part of it. We have got retail job roles, and that definitely I think Reliance in all their businesses can greatly grow. So maybe in your networking session, maybe you can talk to some of our partners and see that what kind of extension we can do. Coming to a task, you have got a big task and you have been doing this task quite well so far, right? And definitely, I think whenever I met you and I came to your office and then back, so we discussed a great opportunity as far as this part is concerned. I remember there was a time in the north, because I was studying in Punjab College, Chandigarh. So we used to say in those days कि हमारे पास agriculture है और आपके पास culture है in south, right? South was all culture and we only in north had agriculture. And I think to some extent that is still continuing. All these southern states, I think, are become IT center of the country. It started with Bangalore, Chennai, and in recent time, Hyderabad. I think the way it is growing. And you guys, who are actually at the center of these affairs, you are doing very well. In my last visit, I met some really senior officials, and they say that there are some very ambitious targets as far as this part of this world is concerned, especially Telangana, AP. They want to really compete in a good sense with Tamil Nadu as Karnataka as far as electronic, IT, and telecom is concerned. So my question to you is that there is a big emphasis government is giving on semiconductor fabrication. They have given probably one of the biggest package ever on any industry development, $10 billion. They are committed to fabrication, semiconductor fab building. So how these two states can contribute in a big way? And you actually, you're the best person to make an answer this because you have been our partner for ESTL and someone under my team, and also this semiconductor fabrication comes under my team. So how this will bring a change as far as this part of the business?
Sure. I thought going in the middle order is going to help me get an easy innings to play, but anyway, I'll try to duck your bouncer. I think if you look at it, semiconductor industry today itself, if you look at it, it was more of a screwdriver industry over here. And based on what has been spoken by Hari as well as the future painted by our friend from Reliance, I think it's important for us to understand that at the base itself, right? We need to have people who understand all this. So VLSI, etc. is a reality today. People have to be working on it. In fact, if you look at it, we under ESTM have been training, as I said, more than 6,000 people. But apart from that, given the focus that Telangana is giving, in fact, you'll be happy to learn that a lot of people are looking at Telangana also for huge investments, and these investments are over periods of 20 years and so on, that they are looking at in terms of semiconductor and fab being established over here. Telangana also has a lot of fab city itself, where we looked at how semiconductor industry could be housed and how the youth could be trained. I think what is most important for us to understand is that first, is there potential? Yes, definitely potential. Are there enough people to support that industry? See, if you look at it today, task is on the table when any investor is coming to Telangana. The reason being only one, that anyone can give land, anyone can give, the machinery, etc. You would have, everything is there, but trained manpower is the biggest challenge. Right? And how do you train the manpower? Do you train the manpower get them to eat a 500 mg capsule just before they are going to go for their medical examinations? Or should it be something which should be a ladder learning approach? Right from the first year of college itself, training should be provided to the people so that they can finally actually become placeable in the industry. Right? You cannot have someone who hasn't experienced, who hasn't done anything with their own hands. See, I always keep on joking, during our days and age, Mr. Bali, you appreciate this. We used to play with something called Mechano. Then it became mechanics. Then the building blocks came up and it was Lego. But these days with the children, everything has become let go. Everyone is busy on their mobiles. time that we bring down the focus of creating things by their own hands. The fact which you mentioned today that people can't even solder over there, if you ask a person saying that, look, you have to do that because for becoming an expert, you have to spend 6 months understanding how to solder, right? But no one is interested to do it. People would much rather take the easy way out. And just to your example, you spoke about the youth and the computer science. It's a fact, an astonishing fact, and I think some of the academia who's here would agree with me. Most of our professors have never worked in the industry, right? If you look at our own students, during their entire career of entire education journey of 4 years, they would not have written more than 4 to 5 full programs. And I'm happy to take this challenge. You can find out in any institution across India or even Southeast Asia. In colleges, people have not written more than 4 to 5 programs in their entire 4 years journey. When they join an organization, they are expected to be expert programmers. How can this happen? And that's why it's important to catch them young and train them. So definitely, we need to start working with these people so that they can become productive by the time they are and they get placed itself. Secondly, if you look at the industry itself, I think what we have started doing, and of course, with the telecom sector also, probably, we are running this ESDM program. We've been running programs for ESDM also, and in fact, we were one of the best performing states, and that's why Kerala started also transferred to us a couple of years ago, and a lot of placements have been happening in this area. If you look at it today also, I've got 100 technicians jobs available with one organization which is manufacturing large TVs, LED TVs, etc. as of today itself. So there's a huge demand in this area. What we need to do is ensure that we are able to train them properly, work along with the academia. In fact, what we have started doing with HICIA, which is Hyderabad Software Enterprise Association, in this very hall on 20th, we signed an MOU with them, where we have started a program called as Faculty Immersive Experience. Student internships we all talk about, but have you ever wondered that how can you actually take back the faculty to the industry so that they understand how this industry operates? As you rightly said, students don't know how the industry works because faculty have never worked over there. And that's what is important. Second thing you spoke about curriculum. So you'll be happy to know that along with, by the way, this program, Faculty Immersive Experience Program, is called as Drona, named after Dronacharya, and being launched on 5th of September for Telangana. Apart from this, the second program that we have also worked with HICIA itself is ensuring there was a huge over here in Telangana where people said for product industry, we were not getting enough number of people who were trained and qualified. So working along with HICIA, we have started a program called as Curriculum Mastermind, which we will be launching shortly, where we will be working with academic institutions to further enhance their curriculum itself. TASK does a similar kind of a role, but we do it by looking at the gaps within the academic curriculum and the industry, and running short-term skilling-based programs over the years in a laddered learning approach, as I said earlier, so that students can be placed and the organizations can pick them off the shelf, which will bring down the training costs. We also work with organizations, so if any semiconductor industry is setting up their operations over here, we are happy to work with them in what we call as the first day, first hour productivity program, which essentially means we will ask the industry what skills they are looking for, work along with them, select the candidates together, start the training program. If we don't have the subject matter experts, we will take the subject matter experts from the organization itself and run the training program so that at the end of the program, you would get skilled manpower as per your own requirements itself. And this is a game changer because, as you rightly said, you don't have the time to train people, once they join you. Gone are the days, and especially for IT industry and other industries, the bench earlier, which used to be the 6 months you're putting them, training them, is no longer possible. So we run, for example, we have Untitled Chapter programs, 45 days of skilling if someone has cracked the written examination for Infosys. Right? So a lot of such initiatives are being run, and these initiatives can be replicated for any industry. Especially a high-paying and a lucrative industry like the semiconductor industry, which of course will only grow because with 5G coming in, and I'll take a very simple, take 30 seconds more. Today, if you look at it, there's technology in everything. Industrial Revolution, which is 4.0, is a combination of 10 technologies coming in together, right? Instead of 3.0, which was only internet. And that's where the basic difference comes in. Today, a lot of these technologies, 5G, with 5G coming in, how would an automobile engineer get impacted? Have you ever thought about that? The car itself, if there is fleet learning with 1000 Mbps of data speeds, right? Everything is going to get impacted. A person, your car, you're traveling in a car, an automobile engineer has to ensure that your radio doesn't hear what the conversation is going in the car. Some hacker can do it. So he needs to understand cybersecurity. He needs to understand battery, and in battery or electronic storage systems as they are called, artificial intelligence is being used. Now that's where the world is moving, and semiconductor is the base of it. I'm also happy to mention over here that we are also partner of Arm University, which is the de facto standard for 90% plus of the embedded technologies that are being used today. So I think Telangana and of course Andhra Pradesh also would be able to benefit from these kind of initiatives that are being run. Hope that answers the question.
So without losing momentum, I think the same question to you, Bala, because you are running ICT, it is like complete electronic, IT and telecom. Also, though you are pan-India, but I think mostly South-related industry you are very closely watching. So, what is your take on this thing? Because you really find that there are this part of the world is ready to take this new opportunity that is coming as far as pan is concerned, and also what additionally we should do to make it stronger.
It's a very interesting question. One of the things that we realized very quickly when we decided to explore the area of being in telecom and ESTM, the reason why we wanted to get to ESTM is actually incidental. We have the Vocational MD as the incoming chairman of LCT Academy. So he wanted us to train people for the sector because there's a huge shortage. And one of the big things that we realized is there are two kinds of jobs. One are blue-collar jobs and one are white-collar jobs. All the BNSI, design, embedded, CE, all of that is the higher order working. But there's a lot of jobs that are pretty monotonous, pretty routine, which are the blue-collar jobs. Interestingly, if you look at Foxconn, the entire shop floor is only women employees. There are no men on the shop floor. And many of these companies are moving in that direction. So now, when you do take a shop floor, again there's a certain amount of training required before they can go and sit on the assembly line and start doing their part. Maybe it's a transistor on the printed circuit board or something of that order. There's a lot of training that is required. There's a lot of motivation that is required to keep the person on the job because it's actually tiring and very difficult to sustain over long periods of time. And it's not easy. That's because there are huge quality checks, rejections are very high. So sometimes there's a problem at that end. The white-collar jobs are related to the design and things related to that. But one of the things that we see differently from the ICT business to the telecom or the ESDM sector is the kind of awareness of the amount of jobs that are available in the ESDM or the telecom sector. If there are 5 million jobs available in ICT, telecom, and many don't know this. So there are lots of jobs. One rough estimate showed us that there are, at this point of time, 3 lakh jobs available only for repairs business. Because everything in your household, be it your car, be it your refrigerator, be it your washing machine, be it anything, air conditioner, all electronic devices, all of them need repairs. So the amount of job that are there in the repair space is huge. But what happens is, because of our systems, we create a hierarchy in the minds of the student, saying that full stack development, DevOps is here, everything else is C++ is down below. So many of them actually have an aspiration to be there without the kind of skill sets that are required to be there in the full stack development or DevOps or IoT and things like that. But there is a lot of jobs available in C++. But the problem is that people think that it's too low. Even if you tell a student studying in a polytechnic that there is a job in electronic system design in a manufacturing company, they think it is low end. And that's something that we need to change. We need to have more awareness for the kind of jobs that are there in the telecom and industrial sector, and there is plenty of students to do. There's a lot of innovation that is happening. There's a lot of design that is happening. Instantly, our office is in the IIT Madras Research Park. And if you look at the companies that are doing some incredible work, innovative work, and absolutely life-changing work, you will see there, from battery technology to communication technology to a whole lot of series of work that goes on there. And that is what gives us inspiration that we just need to make awareness as a key benchmark for opportunities here, and then the interest is automatically generated. Today we can't force somebody to go and join something else. If there is awareness, there is understanding that there is a huge opportunity, there is growth, and there is wonderful future career-wise for the students, they'll be all interested. And that is something that's incumbent on all of us, the industry, the academia, the government officials, and everybody. If you keep that awareness very high, I'm sure there will be a lot of takers, a lot of people wanting to have a career in telecom and ASTL sector, and that would be a good beginning for all of us.
To make a point, I have a question to the audience. For training, a lot of you are training partners, and otherwise also you've got a lot of experience. I'd like to ask that for a paid training program, what is the maximum fees you came across? Any youth is willing to pay? Any guesses? Do we have training partners here? Can I ask them to raise their hands? All the training partners? Okay, so maybe one of you just stand up and tell me what is the normal cost of training and how much students are willing to pay. Any one of you? I think there is some. Yeah. Yeah, so my question was, anybody can just give me an idea how much any student is willing to pay for the training? What you have heard in your life, right?
Yes, sir. We do run paid courses also. For minimum MS Office to high-end models, SAP, latest models also we teach. So basically, they can pay from 20,000 to up to 30, 40,000. They can pay.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So I think
So I wanted to just hear this point. She's, as per her, 20 or 30, maybe 35,000, she has heard that youth are willing to pay for training. And they pay this money mainly because they know that after doing this training, they get a ready job. We have got some partners. They have got training paid programs where they charge almost 1,25,000. And those training partners are giving such a high quality training that these youth, they become entrepreneurs. It is handset repair technicians. Also, there are some job roles related to fiber, where they become either entrepreneurs, they move to Middle East, and most of the time they commit 1.25 lakhs, but while they are working, they also contribute back to the society. So, this point I wanted to make, and on this I want to come to you, Praveen. We are talking about a very important subject here, that demand trending in telecom. Like demand side, everybody is talking. What will happen on supply side? That means on youth side, what we can do?
Yes. So basically, sir, demands are quite high, particularly in telecom sector. Only need to have focus on from the training partner side. Till now, whatever the scenario is there, actually, as earlier told sir also that training partners aside and then the industry is there. Like as in colleges also. Colleges do not have any connect with the industry, and those colleges who have a very good connect in the industry, they have very good placements, they have very good value of their returns, they can conduct a very good fees from that. So it all depends. And in telecom, sir, I can tell that recently that I saw that 6 months before there was an ad from the Paytm. They are going to be hired 1 lakh employees within a period of the 8 months. So that kind of that. Even the Reliance, in the case of the 5G and in the retail, they are planning to be hired more than 1 lakh a year. So demands are very high. Only need to be conducted training partner has to go there. And I can say that in our few training partners, I can say that they are sitting here, they have more than 2,000 to 3,000 always they have that one there. Only they have to be out completed. So there is a basically gap between the industry, they don't want to know from where they have to get it the manpower, and the training partner, they don't know where to build. So basically, it can be only happen when the training partner go to the industry, they can sit together, then will supply the manpower. That's it.
Yeah, I like you, Shikhar, to add few points. And also, I think very important aspect which we have missed so far, because you have a technical and strong background on the whole thing. Fiber, what is the kind of role it is playing, and how Telangana, AP, this area is working on that, and what kind of jobs it is getting, what kind of demand it is getting.
Thank you very much. I think that's again a very interesting question. If you look at it, and just to add to this thing, I think what ASTM has started doing with the concept of need-based training. So you have, in fact, pre-committed training. So you have LOIs from various companies actually given to the training partner, and then the training partner actually being allocated targets is, I think, one of the ways of meeting the supply and demand thing. So it's important that the training partner should be able to reach to the industry itself and then work along with that. And in fact, one of the things which is happening today, and you mentioned about fiber, of course, we've not spoken about it. I think today that is really changing the whole world itself. If we look at Telangana itself, along with one of our training partners, and which is a large organization, which is Sterling Industries, we hold the record, the Guinness Book of World Record, where we train simultaneously 22,000 students across colleges across the 33 districts of Telangana on fiber technologies itself. And this was a program that ran for 2 days. It was simultaneous virtual training that was happening all across, and 22,000 students actually gained from it. If you look at Telangana itself, there is this project, T-Fiber, where it is like typically when we spoke about the fiber network that the Indian government or BT was talking about, it was just reaching to the villages, etc. But over here household itself, right? If you look at it today, Telangana, and of course we have the Honorable Principal Secretary over here who will be able to, talk more about the things. But today there are a whole lot of demands. In fact, we work very closely with one of our partner organizations called as T-Fiber, which has been set up only as a special purpose vehicle for this itself. So there's a huge demand. If you look at T-Fiber, if you look at Sterling Technologies, if you look at most of these companies, they are looking at people, be it the fiber, optical fiber cable splitter, or technician, or crane machines, etc. And today that is happening. And the demand for this is only going to grow. Because this is the need of the hour. If we are talking about 5G, if we are talking about anything else, you would require this kind of a backbone on which the entire thing would be able to do. And then there will be, if you look at the T-Fiber itself, today, probably by this year end or early next year, 100,000 villages will be actually connected. And then, of course, eventually to Telangana. So imagine the number of people that we require. Today, Ant Fiber, Geo Fiber, etc., they are employing a whole lot of people. And if you look at a lot of people that have been trained by us here at TASK under the ASTM program also have been employed by these organizations once they have got trained in these fiber technologies. So I think the potential over there is huge. We need to ensure that we are able to do one thing, get these students to understand what are the opportunities and then go for it. Second thing I'd also like to mention over here is that though it is going to be very difficult, but the new education policy also talks about apprenticeship. I think that is where we'll be able to actually bridge the gap between the industry and the institutions itself. Where students will be able to join as interns in these organizations, as apprentices in these organizations, so that they will be able to understand what the industry is able to provide to them and how they can benefit from it. Plus, it's a win-win for all because the industry also realizes this person has potential and they can then further carry on into career. As you said, when you were traveling abroad as Thompson CEO, you were able to understand that these people had come in from the apprenticeship. So it's a full circle. And that's where today we need to do it. And not only for fiber, for semiconductor, for telecom, and everything else, we need to encourage our students to become apprentices, internships with these kind of organizations. And we are doing things like staggered internships. We are working with multiple organizations where our students, in fact, it's not only 90 with L&T, which is slightly divergent from what we're talking about here, but we have signed up an agreement with them where mechanical engineering students and diploma holders would undergo a 6 months internship with L&T or Hyderabad Metro and then become part of it. Why can't we come up with such schemes for the semiconductor and telecom industry is what I would like to ask the industry to do. Yeah. Thank you.
I think Shikhan, very, very good points and comprehensively I think covering this aspect very, very well. So before I close this panel, I'll just request each one of you to just like a Twitter, very, very small blast points from each one of you. What do you think about this topic and your view on that? You can start with your presentation.
Yeah, it's a very, what I can tell is good coming out with a very good program which has been rightly taken on the right time where I can tell. This training, if gets successful, definitely this can be a wonder in the where we can prove it ourselves. So this is a good opportunity which like our trainers as well as the industries can grab in, and it should be as rightly said, from the ground reality to with a role from the college itself where they should be courses 6 months, 3 months, then they're scaled up and definitely they'll be not even thinking back said. Nowadays where I am seeing wherever the people come, they will be only looking at I should become a civil engineer or I should become a doctor. Other than nothing they think on. So the potential what we are having here, we have 80% of the potential which has been unmet unattended in the market, which we really needed. So that's really comes out to fulfillment of all our public, which I can really briefly utilize in the right way, or I can give a comment. And where, as you are representing, we have retail is one of the big sector which is growing like anything in market right now. So if you compare with any of the business, the retail is the best and the number one which is taking place everywhere. So this is a very huge potential, as I said. Lakhs to the people are being required here to take inside. So it's a good thing which we all together put hand together, and we have to make as a youth on number one as a nation, which I think.
Thank you, Ritesh, and we have very high hope from Reliance, from Telangana and AP. We will train a lot of youth in retail, and I will request you to take them all over India and employ them.
Yeah.
1 minute remarks from you.
Thank you. It's a very apt topic right now because the ecosystem has to come together. This is the students who are the ultimate beneficiaries, the training companies, the institution, the higher education institute, the industries, the government, policy makers, all of them have to come together to ensure that if there has to be growth, there has to be the enabler of human resources available. So skilling, training, all of that is very critical. Industry should evolve newer models like hire, train, deploy. You come with some of us and we can take you to colleges where you can hire, we train and get them ready to become workforce ready at the time they graduate. So there are new models that have to be evolved, and this pandemic has been a great event for all of us to evolve these new models and make the entire industry completely successful with the human resource that's available.
Thank you. Shrikant.
Sorry. Yeah. So my thing is first is I think app topic, demand and supply, but I think awareness needs to be created both with the industries as well as the youth about the various opportunities that are there and what kind of potential is existing today. So awareness is first. Second is, of course, we need to have industry-based or industry-oriented training. Instead of passing an exam, we should have industry-oriented evaluations. So it should be more of, instead of summative, it should be formative evaluations, etc. Then when we talk about the industry itself, I think industry should work closely with the academia and also bring in, because our institutions work at glacial pace, so you need to bring in the latest technologies. So please ensure that industries such as Reliance, etc., and others who are there in the room start working closely with the academic institutions and organizations such as TASK, APSSDC, and ICT Academy and others, so that we can ensure that the youth get the best opportunities. I think it's important for us to also ensure that it's a win-win for all that we need to create. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So basically, sir, there is definitely what we discussed, the demand supply gap. But I would like to quote one more thing here, that the major important part is the soft skill, which I observed that basically, which is a very most of the part, the training partner does not give that particular training on the soft skill. I recently attended that ICT there was the competent HR head was the lady. She came and they hired around 5,000 to 6,000 a year. So personally, she told to all education academia that the quality of that student, especially the soft skill, is not at practices. Though it is very good in the case of the MBA when they hired that, but not at the So basically, all training partners, that is that you will win the game with the 50% if you give the good soft skill training. So that's the part.
Thank you, and I think as far as I'm concerned, I'm very delighted that we had such a great panel, and the points coming from all of you have been really good. We had a very diversified panel between you and Pradesh from the industry side. Then we have got two big guys sitting on both the sides of me. They have contributed very well on the subject. We really learned a lot. So with that, I'll close the panel and I'll request mementos to be presented to all our panelists. And I request Dr. Ranjan to please present the mementos to. Okay, so I think it will be honored if both of you can please come. Yeah, I know that. Actually, I was planning second panel. He was to distribute the gifts. But it's honor. Please come, sir. So as we hear in defense forces, they say that any event begins when the chief guest comes and the party begins when the chief guest is born. Right? So we have our chief guest here. So some of the parts will be skipped. I will start with that. So first of all, I'd like to honor our guest who have come especially for this event. First of all, I'd definitely like to thank Dr. Ranjan for his such a great support for this event. You know, like, his presence itself is a very, very big thing. So I'd like to honor you, Dr. Manthan, with a bouquet of flowers. I'm personally very impressed with you, Mr. Reddy. Thank you very much. You were here tonight and you promised us to be the part of our second panel. Really big honor. Like to honor you. I'd like to invite Mr. Shrikant, my dear friend. Sir, thank you very much for coming. I'd like to honor you with a bouquet of flowers. Please come. I request Bala, please come. Ganesh should also come together. I think we'll have a picture. Though we get separate pictures. One more. So we'll start. We have a very special address from Dr. Ranjan. We'll be hearing his views on his entire experience on scaling, his entire experience on IT industry, and also as the topics we have been discussing so far, I think his words are the most important for us. So before I call him for his keynote address, I request all asking the people to please come forward. Let's start with thanking them. So Dr. Ranjan, Mr. Reddy, Shrikant, Bala, Ganesh, please come over. And I want actually really some over. Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have a small ceremony of signing an MOU with task. Before you speak, we'd like to remain in the presence of the chief guest. So now, I'd like to invite Dr. Ranjan to please give his keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Sri Ajay Reddy Garu, Chairman of the Andhra Pradesh State Skills Corporation, Mr. Arvind Bali, distinguished invitees, guests. First of all, I would like to convey my apologies for coming late for this event. There was something else with the minister where I had to go, but I'm very happy that I'm still able to make it and I've got this chance to interact with all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Telecom Sector Skills Council for creating this wonderful platform, this outreach platform through which we can understand what is the focus of the council, in which direction do they want to take skilling in this sector forward, what are the good practices. And I'm sure that all the stakeholders who are here, I know that lots of industry representatives are here, lots of college principals are here, skill providers are here. This kind of a meeting on the common platform will give a very good understanding of what is the expectation at the national level from all of us. This is also a very timely event because we know that as you know, our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister has set a very important target for the country, which is that in the coming few years, we should become a $5 trillion economy. And digital is going to contribute a very large portion of that. There is an assessment made by NASCOM that almost $1 trillion out of that $5 trillion will be contributed through digital. But we all know that if at all digital's potential has to be reached, digital infrastructure is very, very important. And therefore, telecom sector, which provides the backbone on which any kind of digital intervention, any kind of digital technology can run over, that is very fundamental. We also know that very recently the 5G auctions have been completed very, very successfully. In fact, the auction results have given a return which was even beyond the expectations of the telecom ministry. I think 150 lakh crores is the final auction realization, which also shows what is the market's perception about this sector. And many of us who are 4G users ourselves, and when we go to the rural areas, people using 2G, 3G, etc. We know that while 4G is still good, better than 3G, 2G, etc., but things could have been faster. Communication methods could have been more kind of a robust. In fact, I can share this example which happened today only with me. I was supposed to have spoken in another event where geospatial technologies was being discussed. It is happening in Hyderabad only, but I could not go to that event personally, in person. So I told them that give me a link. I will address the participants virtually. But I just could not connect. I mean, I was, of course, traveling in the car. Network could be patchy, but they could not just hear my audio. So, it just happened today. So, suppose we were on a 5G network. Obviously, the speed, the clarity, you are not buffering all the time. You are instantly connected. All those advantages will be there. And so much of digital transactions which are happening today, we know that huge amount of financial transactions are happening digitally. Education is another area where lots of shift has happened between in-person classrooms to digital interactions. Lots of extra college or extra classroom interactions are happening digitally. We all know some very important, very significant edtech companies have become very prominent these days in delivery beyond the classroom, educational capsules, etc. And there are so many other opportunities also. Digital health is there. E-commerce again will see a huge quantum jump because of the ONDC. Many of us will be aware that, like the UPI, etc. A stack is being developed for e-commerce as well. And this open network will definitely bring hundreds and thousands of small buyers, small sellers who are in small towns, villages also potentially. But again, to make any of these happen at the global levels, the network quality is very important. And even though in my opinion, we are a bit late in this 5G revolution. In fact, I know of a few countries where discussions have already started about 6G. But hopefully we'll be able to roll out 5G very quickly and reap the benefits of it. The sector is also seeing other kinds of opportunities also. By 5G rollout, initially is planned in 11 cities as a pilot. Hyderabad is one of the 11 cities. Eventually it will move to villages and to smaller towns, etc. But there could be still last mile challenges in some of the locations which are a bit remote, rural, or sparsely populated. Companies or industries or telcos may not have enough kind of business returns to invest in 5G equipment in these places. And therefore, alternative solutions are also being thought of. In fact, one other very important technology which has already been tested in so many other locations is related to low orbit satellites. In fact, there is a possibility of our country also benefiting from this low orbit satellites, particularly in rural areas, etc. But in whatever is the means of creating this digital infrastructure, it could be 5G, it could be satellite, it could be Wi-Fi, it could be some other technologies, but you always require people to run these technologies. No technology can be implemented automatically. We require people and we require a large number of people. I'm sure the Sector Council has made an assessment of what is the numbers that are required over the coming few years and how will we create those kind of skills. And I'm very happy that all the skill providers are here, colleges are there. In fact, since you have signed an MOU with TASK, you must be aware, and my colleague Mr. Sinha also was explaining earlier, that we try to impart industry-ready skills at the college level itself, so that the moment you are employed or you come out of college, you have the skills to be given a job or a live assignment right on the very first day. In fact, TASK has a signature program which is called First Day, First Hour. Any TASK graduate, you can have confidence in him or her and give him or her a live project right on day one in the very first hour. You don't need to retrain them, reorient them, etc. And I'm sure in Andhra Pradesh also similar kind of institutions, similar kind of models are followed. South of the country, otherwise also from the very beginning has higher internet penetration, higher tele-density, and I'm very confident that later on, once better digital infrastructure is available, more and more people will be getting on board because the literacy levels are higher, social models of people who have used digital very profitably in their activities. There are so many of them. So the uptake of new generation digital infrastructure will be much more in the south of India, and both states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, I'm sure, will be in the forefront of it. So I look forward to getting more and more support from the Telecom Sector Skill Council in guiding us about the industry requirements, working with our institutions like TASK, our colleges, training partners in creating good quality courses, making the courses affordable, and having a quick process of certification, and then of course helping with placement, etc. So I'm happy that this meet is happening today, and all these issues, many of you have experience of participating in similar ESDM training programs, so feel free to bring feedbacks, any challenges, any concerns of your earlier experiences to the knowledge of Mr. Bali and his other colleagues who have come here from the council. And once again, I know that you have some more panel discussions, some more industry interactions later in the day. So have a very fruitful day, and thanks very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Very good thoughts from your side. And I think presence of such senior people, Mr. Reddy and you. Yeah. So that gives a big confidence to all of us. Yeah, and I request Mr. to please ask two questions.
Hello. No, I just wanted to add, I'm extremely happy to share the dais with Sri Telangana. I just want to let everybody know, in 2004 he was Collector of Hyderabad. So
I need to share dice with his mother.
yeah, that's what. My mother was an MLA then, so a couple of times Sri Ranjan visited our house also. So we had a great interaction during that time, and I'm feeling extremely happy to be again sitting next to him. It's an honor. Thank you.
So getting such two senior people for this event, I think it will be a great honor for us, both Dr. Manthan, Mr. Reddy, and also it covers Telangana in a very, very good manner. Sir, as per your point of concern, Telecom Sector Skill Council before you begin with announcement. As far as we are going to bring very special focus on Telangana and Andhra Pradesh on skill development, and that's why we are just signing this MOU also. I'm also very pleased to share with you that in South, I think we are the best represented today. We have got a person based in Andhra, we have a person based in Telangana, we have a person based in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, all these things. And everywhere, I think, very experienced people, and they are in touch with training partners. And 3-4 areas, which we are working with them to enable training. All those schemes, all those things, will be ultimately benefiting the youth of this. So we'll keep getting guidance from both of you and then take the initiative further. So it's a very, very rare occasion that both of you are available. So some of our colleagues may have some questions. So if you can just take a few questions. Yeah. So I'd just like to open the house. There's a great opportunity that we have. We can hear any specific queries, questions you have got, and we can ask. Please raise your hand, introduce yourself and ask the question, please.
So, I have a question.
So, good afternoon, sir. It's an honor to me. I'm Regan Ravikant, a senior psychologist and caretaker. My simple question is, we always talk about skills and skills development and all that. When India will reach to the competencies, where Western part always, they're talking about competencies. This is what has been introduced way back in 1973 by Harvard psychologist David McClellan, where he visited Hyderabad in 1961. When we will reach competencies, I won't say that skills are redundant, but from skills to, if it is addition, skill is addition, competency is multiplication. Thank you, sir.
So this question is to me or to
Anyone of you will answer.
Yeah, so I think your question has got multiple parts to it. As far as competencies and comparison with the world is concerned, Western world, there was definitely a time when they thought that we are a country of say charmers and all that. And from there, at least as I was saying earlier also, especially southern states have been very proud. IT has changed the image of this country. People believe now in the world that we are the smartest people. So IT is one area that we have already proved that we are very competent and very smart. Now, as far as other areas are concerned, as far as economics is concerned, yes, there was a phase where we were left behind. But now the kind of emphasis the government is giving, and the biggest thing in economics is basically semiconductor. For that, government is coming $10 billion package so that we become self-sufficient as well as in future requirements of fairness. Then small areas of competencies. I think there are different skill concepts we are working on that. We ourselves have got various verticals and we are ready. Thank you. Yes, Gaurav, you had some questions, sir.
Since both these are here, so I don't want to miss the opportunity of asking this question. So in the earlier discussion, the panel discussion, there was a feedback by Mr. Sinha also and Mr. Bala also regarding the importance of practical experience to the candidates who are undergoing training. And they have proposed a solution also in terms of promotion of apprenticeship. Right. So we have a national scheme which is NAPS. Right? NAPS. National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme. So from the state government side, how we can jointly take it forward?
No, completely agree with you that this is one of the complaints which we get from the industry also. That most of the students who come to that, they only have a bookish knowledge, they have a theoretical knowledge, they don't understand the practical side to it. So this is the only solution, that there should be internships, apprenticeships. So we'll be very happy to work together. In fact, for the last, actually our initiative started just before the pandemic, but then there was some disruption because of the lockdowns, etc. We had started mapping which colleges are there in the catchment area of which industry, how to arrange for apprenticeship, etc. So already some exercise has been done. Industry bodies like CII, etc. have been onboarded. They also have agreed that all their members will take X number of apprenticeships. So we would like to definitely work together. It's most welcome.
Right.
Feel free to tell us
we are very keen to work with you and request you to please come forward with a proposal so that we'll have a discussion and try and see what we can do.
It can be extra motivation to the industry also.
Yes.
And joint awareness.
No, as Sir told, the mapping is under process even in AP also. Various places, what industries are present there, what skill they need, and what qualification from the student side they need. This is also under the, we are already in the process. So if telecom sector still can come forward with a proper proposal, we will discuss and try and take it forward.
With your permission, can I add something to it? Just wanted to note
Honorable Principal Secretary Sir has said, in Telangana, in fact, we are one of the pilot states where NAPS as well as NAPS, both schemes are being implemented. We are working with UNICEF, UA, CII, and multiple organizations where we are part of the whole thing, where we are implementing this thing. So every fourth Wednesday, there's an industry workshop that happens online from 3 to 4 p.m. Where we talk to the industry that what kind of opportunities can exist and how could they benefit from apprentices. And for students, it is done on the last Friday, last Wednesday, where we again talk to them about differences between internship and apprenticeship, what are the various opportunities and how they can benefit becoming part of NAPS and NATS schemes. So Telangana is one of the pilot states for that. Thank you.
So I think there was a question.
I'm Father Noel from Don Bosco Network. We are having around 400 skill training centers across the country. We had an ambitious dream of training 2.2 million young people in 2022, but we managed around 4 lakh and 5 lakh we are reaching. Yeah, I've been hearing this conversation about skilling and this gap, which is last more than a decade, this mismatching happening, demand and supply is not being met. I think being in this sector, one place where we are perhaps failing, I may be ignorant, and Mr. Sinha and Hari, they made some points towards this, that we are chasing change. We are not able to catch up with change. It's always running out of this change. Demand is there, we are not kicking. I think industry in European countries, we see that the industry is very much involved in education and in the R&D. So they already plan what is the requirement of the skill. And so the education institutions are in a position to take up the training and make them ready for jobs when they come on. So I'm maybe ignorant, how much are the R&D in the industry and the academia are able to work together to design courses? Now we're talking about 5G, we are chasing again, and we have to reach thousands of villages in India. So it needs a lot of research which is needed. If West is going ahead in all this because we have researchers. I think this is one point the second skill has to place its step that is not only being in between the industry and the academia and job creation there, but reach a little higher to bring about in the R&D position where we can design skills which are for 10 years from now what would we need, can we prepare for our skill. I think this would be one point we need to make. Maybe there are some efforts, I'm not saying there are no efforts, some efforts are there, some industries already involved, I know. But as a consortium from the government level, since all the stakeholders are here, can we bring the R&D of the industry and the academia to design courses for our young people in the future, not only for developing but also for blue collar and low skill jobs. And another point I would like to make is being part of the skill training. 3 months course is not taking our children anywhere. We are creating another mass of people who are going to be another, we can't call it below poverty line, another level. So we need longer training, and I think the government has reversed because the requirement for 5G and other level of training, AI, machine learning, gene editing, whatever we call, there's a longer training is required. So if we want to really bring our young people to this, there's a lot of in the R&D level and investment from the industry the government is giving. And India is known by the demographics. We have a lot of workforce. Still, we don't have enough skilled workforce to meet the demand.
Farming, I think your questions are really good because it gives me an opportunity to get insight into all the people. Actually, 2 years of COVID, yes, I think as physical trainings were concerned, was not happening, but as skill council as well as ministry, MSCE, was doing a lot of work around that. We have got now NCBT. So we have various points which we had, so I'll answer one by one. As far as first point is concerned about the duration of the training, 3 months training, all duties NSQF has been realigned. Now, number of hours have been gone up. Second part is that now you must have heard shortly companies will be announced national credit framework, right? And every QB would be involved has got its ladder. Like you can just keep adding and you can go from level 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 as it grows. Also, in academia, there are vocational courses where you can have longer duration programs also. Coming to the fourth point, as far as 5G and technology is concerned, first on the lighter note, skill gap is good because limited users are obligated to fill that gap and the work for us. Other way around, it is not good. Like we have too many skilled people and there is no job. That is something good for the nation. We should all the time that catch up, that keeps the momentum on. We as Telecom Sector Skill Council, we have made a proposal in the state government as well as in the central government. Most mobilization happens from ITIs. Government is also working to make the ITIs up. We as a skill council, either through our own corpus funds, through CSR funds, and also central government is coming out with a scheme. We may be upgrading anything up to 500 ITIs on 5G courses. So we have already NSQ client programs on 5G, IoT, machine learning, all those programs are already there. So we have already started establishing labs on that, and that have been good. I hope I have disposed of the point. Thank you. So, with these notes, I'll again like to thank our GPS for being present here. I'd like to honor them with a really small memento for the day.
I have 2 questions for the panelists. Can I? Go ahead. Sir, first question to you, Jayashantan sir. Keeping in view of the geopolitical development that's happening in the world, Taiwan, you might have heard of the news of Taiwan and all this stuff. There is a shortage of semiconductor chips
that is going on around the world. The production of the cars, the 4-wheelers are being stopped in the world. The major industries like Foxconn, Apple manufacturing, and the Taiwanese manufacturing companies are trying to go away from Taiwan and China to other countries. As a principal secretary, are there any steps from the government of Telangana to wean away those business to Telangana and provide opportunities to the people of this state? My second question to Ajay Reddy Garu is: I also come from Kadapa. Okay, I've also met Jayashantan that he was in Kadapa as a collector for a different thing. Now my question is, Mr. Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu is trying to create skill development universities in various districts and all this stuff in parliamentary constituencies. Does this mean that the concept of establishments of PMKKs has been infringed upon? You're trying to infringe upon the concept or the conception of the ideas which are being created by the NSDC and the government of India in trying to create one more skill university?
Actually, the basic concept is actually, if you are here in the afternoon, I'm in the second panel. I can explain now. If I tell you everything now, there will be nothing new when I speak in the panel. The anyway, since you have asked, we are not going to infringe on anybody. This is a separate institution where any person who goes through some training in whatever institute we offer, there must be some certification. So, for certification and to oversee all the process, just as we have universities and regular other institutions, to oversee our skilling works, we will have a university. We are not going to infringe on anybody. This is going to be totally independent and it's a state-run university.
Sorry, sir.
He's done speaking.
Yeah. So just to answer this issue about self-sufficiency in semiconductor products, components, chips in particular, is something which has caught the attention of Government of India also. They have announced a very ambitious national supercomputer semiconductor mission. 10 billion worth of almost 76,000 crores worth of incentives have been announced. They have asked for proposals from companies who want to set up their own chip manufacturing, chip design fabs. And I'm happy to share with you that one of the big announcements which have come in the last few months, one has come to Telangana. There's a company which will be manufacturing display. They'll be doing their display fab in our state. And there are other chip manufacturers also with whom we are in discussion. So it is precisely because of this self-sufficiency, geopolitics, the situation in Taiwan, that the national government is taking this step. But while the national government is committing 10 billion, the states themselves are giving various other facilities because it's a huge investment for the companies. And we also are clear that if a big company moves, lots of their vendors, suppliers, they also can be influenced. So definitely it's a work in progress, but of the 3-4 states that all these private companies are looking up to, Telangana is one of them. And in days to come, you'll hear more about this.
We won't be able to take any more questions because most of them I think we have been holding for a long time. I am here and even Saturday is here, so we'll be answering the question if you don't mind, please. Thank you.
Sir, after the joint
Okay. Yes, sir, waiting. Okay. Just a second, give me a minute. Sir. Skilling of youth, primarily related with establishment of center of excellence, so that candidate can be trained there. And if you go to next, next block, which is related to paid courses, so we are focusing a lot on paid courses also. We have got few partners also who run these courses, and international again is a very big focus for us. So if I ask, the training partners, how many of you currently are training candidates for international placement? So I can see one face. I am aware of Vidin. He is doing the same. Any other partner? So as a sector skill council, we are focusing a lot on this piece also, and we will be speaking with you separately to explore the engagement areas as far as this international piece is concerned. We are establishing a center of excellence also, and then we have launched our own job portal also, which is Telecom jobs, just to ensure the placement of the candidate, and to ensure the online learning for the candidate, we have launched our own LLMS also, ssc.elearning.com. So what all we have done, just an overview. So we have, got trained approximately 1 million manpower in 51 job roles through our training partners. So currently we have got 650 plus training partners, affiliated training partners all across the country. And these training partners, they own and they run more than 1,000 training centers. We have got, a good chunk of assessment models also, which are very credible organizations. So currently we have got 12 such assessment bodies and 40 plus industry partners. Now, this point is very important to understand. When we say industry partner, these are the big organizations who are on our board, who are part of our general body meetings. But if we talk about the engagement with the industries, so we have got more than 450 industries with whom we are working on one or the other initiative or engagement. This is our board. So Mr. Akhil Gupta is the president. Mr. Bharati is the vice president, and Mr. Mahindru, Mr. Dua, and Mr. Arvind who is the CEO, who of course is here. This is our advisory board. So if you see, we have got representation from almost all the big organizations of the telecom industry. So it includes the carriers also, means service provider. It includes the network companies also. It includes the manufacturing companies So we have got representation from all the segment or verticals of the telecom industry. This is our engagement with the industry. Since this was not possible to showcase all the logos, so we have mentioned few logos here. For 5G, as we have mentioned, we are engaged with all the top carriers and the tower also. So you will go through this slide and you will see that yes, almost all the organizations, and as I have mentioned in my previous slides, we have got engagement with more than 450 organizations. Few logos we have presented here, accommodated here. And the major agendas are board validation, CSR project, placement, PLI scheme, as these are mentioned over the slide. So these are the focus segment of telecom sector skill council. So if you see here we have written ICT. Would anyone like to answer why we have mentioned this ICT? Anyone? So ICT is information, communication and technology, and we have mentioned it because telecom now is not limited only to the traditional telecom thing, but now it includes IoT also, it includes AI also. So now this is branched into 30 different segments, and those are showcased here. So in majority of these areas we are either present or we are in the process of developing the courses or getting engagement with the industries. Government schemes you all know, and not even pretty much of the time here. Now CSR disposition, this as I mentioned, this is a very, very important topic. And again through this slide we can see the importance of getting engaged with the organizations for CSR. CSR spend, if you talk of last 3 financial years, is more than 50,000 crores. And the organizations need partners who can work with them and ensure the running, development and execution of livelihood enhancement training programs. And what are the benefits of working with PSSC under CSR? Of course, we are part of the skill ecosystem, so the certificate as a candidate will be offered with a skill line. Then the fund will be utilized for the growth of the sector. We have got experience team to execute these projects. We meet all the compliance requirement also, and from the credibility perspective also. So if you are reaching out to any organization, so there are few mandatory requirements as far as CSR is concerned, like 12A, certificate, Form 1 and all. So we have got all these certificates. In terms of credibility also, we are working with brands like Huawei, brands like Airtel, Ericsson. These are top brands and we are executing projects worth multi-crores with these organizations. So I would suggest you that during the break, you can speak with the regional team, with me on the areas or the way we can engage with the CSR. This is the snapshot of PMTK, ITIs and all. So I'm sure since you are from this ecosystem, you are aware a bit of all these figures. Now, what are the benefits of certification of sector skill council? Now, government has announced national credit framework, wherein NSTF courses, candidates who undertake these courses will get certain credit, right? So, the certificate of PSSC will ensure that the candidate should be covered under that national credit framework as well. Next, National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme, which is related with the promotion of apprentice, in the industries. So, for NAPS related thing, for telecom job roles or for the job roles in the ICT segment, you can go through the list, and in case there is an opportunity in any of the organization and that job role is not existing, so please get back to us, share with us the opportunity, we get that candidates. Now this is, as a field for the industry also. So these are the few job roles where the focus is slightly on the higher side, keeping in mind the requirement and the roadmap ahead. That includes 5G, that includes IoT, AI/ML, cloud, road, and of course retail job roles. And below mentioned are few of the popular job roles with DSS. Then 5G and allied technology courses. So if you see on the left, these are the legacy courses. And if you see on the right, so we are covering almost everything related to whether this is infrastructure, RF, RAN, and allied technology. So the idea of focusing this slide to you is that we are very, very focused on driving, skilling, training, and employment in the upcoming technology also, which is related to the futuristic job roles. Now, you'll be glad to know that these 9 job roles of retail comes under Telecom. So in case of retail also, if you have got any requirement, you can well align with the PSSC. We are well positioned to take these forward to work together on these retail job roles also. And then this is the list of the conventional job roles. So as traditionally we have been working, we cover all these 4 segments: network, service provider, exit segment. Then we have got borrowed job role also, and job roles related to basic network also. International outreach. These are few of the details of key projects or glimpses. We are working with Federation of Councils, Chambers for Africa, and we are well engaged with Airtel also for their Africa operation in terms of getting the candidate trained here and getting them placed in that part of the globe. And with Vocational also, we are engaged and we are in the process of doing a lot of activities for Vocational also, and so this is just to highlight few development as far as international outreach is concerned. Through our newsletters, you will be receiving more details on this subject. So that's all as far as the capabilities of working on PSSC is concerned. So we are trying to showcase the traditional things also and the new initiatives that we have taken during the last 1 to 2 years. So that's all from our side. If there is any question or query, we can answer this. So no questions, then I think we can proceed for lunch.
Very good. Thank you. So now we take for the lunch. Thank you all for the presentation and we kept it quite brief. So we meet again at 2:30 and we'll start the session at 2:30. And it is a very, very powerful session where Mr. Anjali himself is participating, and we have got experts from academia on a very, very good topic. I'm personally looking forward to hear their views. So immediately after lunch, 2:30, we'll start with this panel. Thank you. Everybody please move to the back side. There is a doorway towards the back. Access the lunch area on the outside.
वीडियो तो आप इस पर फोकस करके छोड़ दो, इट विल जस्ट कीप रनिंग एंड दैट वीडियो विल बी इन लूप. वंस इट रिज्यूम्स वो अपने आप फोकस
कंटिन्यू ఉండమంటున్నాడు ఫోకస్ దాని మీద పెట్టేసామన్నా. బ్యాటరీ వస్తుంది 1 అవరా వస్తుంది. మరి నీకు ఇది వస్తుందా?
నా బ్యాటరీ తగ్గుతుంది, నాకు ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. ఇంకో బ్యాటరీ
నాకు వస్తుంది, ఇంకో బ్యాటరీ
ఎప్పుడు అయిపోయిందండి?
3 కల్లా అయిపోతుంది. ఇంకా తర్వాత 1 అవర్
3:30
ప్రోగ్రామ్ వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు. వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు ఏం ఫీల్ ఉంటారా సెంటర్లో పెట్టాలి.
నడుస్తూ ఉంటుంది అది, నెట్ కూడా వాళ్ళకి మళ్ళీ కొంచెం రైట్
డిస్ప్లే పని చేస్తే నా బాగుంటుంది. ఒక్క నిమిషం.
satisfaction. Okay, thank you.
Yes, an artist. He is man of the day.
Okay, no, it's really
అది కూడా అయిపోయింది
यहाँ इतना टप्पा पीट रहे हैं कि बच्चे को एक्सपेक्टेशन मैनेजमेंट सेट करके सब लेके जाते हैं, वहाँ उनको करियर पाथ दिखाएंगे। ये सर आपका मैं इसे ओपन पब्लिक बिकॉज ये सर मैं 30 years से एनपीटी करता हूँ, डेली डेवलपमेंट का सब रहता है। यस सर, और 14 के बाद जब से एक्सपेक्टेशन मैं मिशन के साथ जा रहा हूँ कि एम्पावर करना है, इसमें सर
May I request all the attendees to please take your seats. May I request everyone to please take your seats. We are starting the second half of our session. Good afternoon. So I think second session, afternoon session is always the most difficult session, right? Reason being that after eating such a great lunch, personally I like unright food. I was really impressed. I was complimenting Shikant that he's organized a very, very good lunch. So after such a good lunch, it's very, very difficult to stay awake. And that is the reason, like second panel we have kept very interesting. There's some very, very interesting people who are going to participate, and they will definitely keep a very interesting panel discussion for us, very knowledgeable discussion for us, and a very, very involved discussion for us. So I'm very hopeful that we'll all enjoy it the most. So without wasting any further time, I'll invite the panelists for the panel, which is like reshoring, skilling, especially in NEP 2020, all the supply demand gap will get bridged, and all NEP 2020 is offering, I think, is the topic on which they'll be deliberating. And my team has done a good job by picking up very good cross-functional individuals who are from the industry, who knows it very, very well, to deliberate on this point. So I'll request our chief guest, also a very, very honorable person, who has been with us in the first session also, and personally I'm very happy that he himself has opted to win the second panel. Normally, people are scared and in the second panel the response is not so good. People prefer to have first panel, but he himself has offered. So his confidence, I think, sir, I salute your confidence, and I see that full house is there. So it is all credit goes to you. So I'll invite Mr. Ajay Reddy to please come on the. With us also is Professor Udesh Rao, who is a principal ALH. We have our dear friend Ganesh from ICT Academy, the Vice President in ICT Academy. Ganesh, welcome. We have Mr. Srinath Reddy, who is the CEO of Vocational Consultancy. And with Srinath, also I think we had some very good interaction in DSSC. My team has been dealing with this. Thank you for being on the panel. And to lead the panel, we have our stalwart, my colleague, Mr. Gaurav Sharma. Gaurav will lead the panel. And one name I missed because it has hand said why I missed it. This is again an individual who has preferred to move to the second panel from the first panel. He is Mr. Anish Andani, who is the CTO for TR. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And over to you, Gaurav, to lead the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bali sir. This is indeed a very, very interesting session. And this is very, very important session also. Because here we are going to talk about NEP 2020. possible to bridge the gap between demand and supply of manpower in the industries. So my name, by now you know, my name is Gaurav Sharma. I'm the General Manager with Telecom Sector Skill Council. To make our discussion more interesting, we have got a very diversified panelist here. We have got representation from government, from academia, and from industry, and especially from one of the startup also. So good to have you all here. Welcome and thanks. So before we start, I would request you to give your introduction, and then we can take the discussion forward.
Hello. As you all know, I am here since morning. I am Ajay Reddy, Skill Development Chairman, Andhra Pradesh. And I just wanted to tell you that all my friends who are here are either from academia, industry, startups, everything. And I am the odd man. I am from the pure political background. So, keeping this in view, just take what I just speak about basic policy only. The all integrated things and technical things will be met by my own friends. So in this regard, I want to tell you
good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairman Sir, IT Skill Development Corporation, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and dignitaries on this. Myself, Professor Kodeshwar Rao, and I am from KL University, Hyderabad. KL University has its presence in Telugu states for the last 42 years, which has more than 15,000 students graduating every year. It is considered as the largest university in South India, and one of the prominent universities in the country, a category 1 institution given by status given by Government of India. Not many achievements in the history of KL University. This is really a wonderful platform for all of us to introspect about the gap between industry and academia. And morning also there were good talks by the people, and there were some opinions shared from the audience. It was a brilliant session, a morning session. Anyway, when it comes to the discussions, we can have more discussions. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. I'm Ganesh, Vice President of CTAB. I represent probably both industry as well as the government. So we're part of the industry body representing the government, like we tasked what you see here in Telangana, maybe it's just the part of Andhra. So ICT represents the industry as well as the academia to a larger extent. Not only operate out of Tamil Nadu, we are the pan-India body operating across India, serving the nation from India to Kashmir. So this is a brief introduction. So I came in was for 25 years of experience in the education training space, being largely associated with the skilling ecosystem and technology-enabled education space. Now we will take this forward.
Hello everyone. My name is Srinath Reddy, co-founder of Coin and Center Private Limited. We are a decade-old skill development organization where we give our services to most of the engineering colleges. One time we always carry any engineering college in Andhra Telangana. We have delivered some tests over there. Okay, so we have tried close to 2.5 lakh students on various technologies, employability skills, and employment education aspects of the engineering students. We also largely work with state governments and central governments, and also international organizations like UNDP also we have worked with. And one such program was Disha, which is funded by ICAP Foundation. 16,000 degree women students from the government colleges got counseled by us on career guidance and counseling through centers. And also about 50% of them are linked to the various sectors and job roles. So this is a brief about us. Thanks for the opportunity.
Hi everybody. My name is Wing Commander Anish. I'm the Chief Delivery Officer for T-Hub. T-Hub, as you know, is one of the largest innovation campuses in the world today. My role at T-Hub would be to ensure that the startups get all the support that they require. In terms, I'm running a lot of these programs, training programs, skill programs, to help them become better and scale up and grow up to better. It could be in the form of providing mentors, providing funding, providing training courses, providing partnerships, and so on and so forth. Prior to T-Hub, I was one of the founding team members of a prominent gated community application called MyGate. So I was one of the founding team members of MyGate. And prior to that, I was a wing commander in the Air Force for 20 years. I was a pilot and a wing commander in the Air Force for 20 years. And a part of that role also included around 7 to 10 years of training in a training capacity at the Air Force Academy, at the Helicopter Training School, and also at the Fighter Training Establishment in Tamil. So I would love to contribute as much as I could for this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone. Really honored to among you all, among such esteemed panelists. So, NEP 2020. So we all know 29th July 2020 was the date, and now this is going to be written in the history because it was the biggest reform as far as education is concerned after 1986. We all know that in this NEP 2020, there is a big focus of the government to put skill training and vocational training as a very important part of the entire education system. So this is our right step to move to the direction of making youth highly relevant and employable at the industries. It also speaks about the overall inclusiveness, right? It also aims to ensure lesser dropout of the students and ensure that those who, due to various circumstances, were forced to leave their education. So now there is a chance for them also to fulfill the dream of getting maybe graduated, maybe higher qualified. So I would request Dr. Reddy to give his perspective on this NEP 2020 and how this is going to bridge the gap between demand and supply of manpower. So over to you, sir.
Good evening. See, the new educational policy 2020 lays down a strong emphasis on holistic development of students in both school and higher education institutes. NEP also acknowledges the vocational training needs of the students and intentions to address the supply and demand scenario. In these lines, our Chief Minister, Sri Jagannath Reddy has designed the demand-persuaded education system starting from the schools. A robust technical vocational education system and training system has been evolved in the state by addressing the supply and demand scenario. The new education plan plans to address gap between the supply and demand by introducing 4 key interventions. Number 1 is improved integration of vocational education. Here the aim is to expose at least 50% of the learners in school and higher education to vocational skills by 2025. This has already been piloted in AP through APSSGC in the Naikunya Vikas scheme, where students have been trained in life skills and ICT skills. In our state, to improve the educational system, our Chief Minister has introduced a program called Nadu Nedu in schools. where every year 1/3 of the schools will be totally revamped. All old buildings will be converted into new buildings. Now already 2 phases of Nadu Nedu program we have already completed. The next year we are going to take up the third phase of Nadu Nedu, where we will achieve 100% revamping of all schools across AP. And then in this line, our Chief Minister's thinking is to have one skill hub in one MLA constituency. There is 175 skill hubs across AP, one each in one assembly sector. And that was the thinking of the Chief Minister is we should have this skill hub only in government premises. The first preference is government polytechnic, second is government ITA, third is government degree college, fourth is government junior college. So in this way, we will be improving the infrastructure of all our government institutions where most of these students are going these days. And to tell you a small word about Nadu Nedu program, every year the intake of government schools is increasing. Every year it is increasing after Mr. Jagannath Reddy has taken over as Chief Minister. And then creation of hybrid vocational ecosystem. So the National Educational Policy outlines common credit system between traditional educational system and vocational education to provide increased mobility of students. In these lines, the Andhra Pradesh State Council of Higher Education has been working meticulously, that is the Higher Education Council of AP, for implementing the credit framework as per the new education policy. Collaborated with industry giants like Microsoft for offering industry-specific certifications. This is all in line with the new education policy. All these courses offered by various industry partners are being incorporated into the regular curriculum by allowing the new credits. The Andhra Pradesh State Skill Development Corporation, which is the nodal agency for skilling, has been mapped to cover the vocational education component and promote hybrid education ecosystem. Another important point is integration of vocational education with higher education. The National Education Policy has advised that higher education institutes can develop and conduct their own vocational courses in partnership with the industry. This would directly align the industrial demand with the academic. The Andhra Pradesh State Higher Education Council has planned to offer internships to students as a part of the regular course structure. Collaborations have been established with the industries which are already for working internships. See, increased market orientation for vocational education. The NEP intends to focus on developing industry linkages and demand-driven vocational courses by engaging industry at various levels, including creation of co-development courses. Our government has been actively partnering with the national and international organizations, industries which enhance the overall education and training ecosystem in Andhra Pradesh. To sum it up, the NEP provides adequate scope for aligning the mainstream education system towards industrial demand through vocational training. This is bound to increase the percentage of the formally skilled workforce in the labor market. This is the thinking of our honorable Chief Minister. And one more thing I would like to add is, as we are planning to start the skill hubs shortly, the first phase will start sometime in September. We are already, our corporation, our team is already in discussion with various industries and the locations. Depending on the location, depending on the industry close by, we are having very close interaction with the industry to develop the curriculum so that whoever is trained there can be absorbed locally in that industry. So that is also one of the very important aspects what we are trying to do in the government, in our government. So this is how I feel the new education policy with proper drive and force which will reduce the gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And this is really, nice to see that the government so actively, is covering all the various aspects by having skill hubs. And more importantly, you have mentioned about demand-persuasive education system starting from the school this is going to address, a lot of problems in time to come. And trust me, this is going to be a very, very big thing in time to come. So good. And you have mentioned about my favorite, subject also, which is internship to the students. And I think in the previous panel also, everyone has spoken about this piece, importance of internship. So going back to Mr. Ganesh, since you represent both the sides, right? So since you represent both the sides, like from demand perspective also and from the supply perspective also. So how do you see this NEP as well as the points or the initiatives that Dr. Lady has mentioned? So how do you see this is going to impact the overall ecosystem? Covering the perspective of industry also and how education system is going to be revolutionized through it.
Good. To set the board, I just wanted to share some couple of data for the information of all. We've been talking about skill gaps, bridging the demand and supply problem. This morning, during the discussion, it was pointed out that the Prime Minister's ambition of a $5 million economy. Yes, every state is contributing towards a $5 million economy. There are certain efforts going on. But having said that, the latest report submitted by Accenture states that 1.97 trillion loss is incurred over a period of 10 years just on our GDP because of the skill. We're talking about a 5 trillion economy where almost 2 trillion is lost because of the skill gap. From a data perspective, again, in terms of the demand, the industry is witnessing that there is about 29 million openings to emerge in the next 7 to 8 years, by 2030. So that's a kind of a demand perspective that is there. But having said that, we are, as we very closely work with the industry largely, what we are facing today is what we call it as great attrition. We have been talking about great resignation a couple of months back, now it's a great attrition. And India is in the cusp of it's witnessing the highest in terms of attrition in the entire globe. The very recent McKinsey report indicates that in the entire world, 66% of people in the employed workforce are likely to leave their job in the next 2 to 6 months. 66% are likely to move away from the current employments that they are at. 66% highest in the world in India. This gets followed by Singapore at about 14%. Why is this data? We're talking about this data primarily because there is an element of large gap that is existing across the system. And where the system correction is required is probably right from the schooling system. And the new education policy that we're talking about tries to largely address these elements from the schooling part. Very interesting reads that if we look at the industry reason largely found out, because we're talking about engineering education focusing on management education being focusing on a lot of driving this, and the government is also investing about the last 10 years. The central government has invested about 22,000 crores on skill development. Apart from the states putting their own in. With all this investment, do we really see a larger impact on the gap perspective? The reality is that it's still not. This needs to be addressed not just at the higher education level, this needs to be addressed at the bottom, right from the schooling space. And I believe this new education policy will be able to help us drive this particular element at all levels. And vocational education has to have a larger alignment to the academic system. The word vocational education itself was not acceptable for a larger period of time. Then we started calling the term skill development, and lastly we started using the word skill development. And now people also know what we are talking when we talk about skill development. Okay. So there should be a lot of awareness built on why this. Probably years back, this was part of the schooling system, and for various reasons it was dropped. This needs to be brought back into the schooling system. Like how you have physical education as a session, probably 2 periods in a week or something. You need to look at bringing up something on the skilling side, okay, at the school level, and then driving across. One other observation I have seen as far as why these accomplishments are not happening is because you look at the industry requirement is one. The education system is driving something, where the students, the aspirations are completely different. Okay. During the lunch I was talking to a couple of my friends. We work with several organizations. We have about 130 odd industry partners working with us for the program. And any given day, I have at least close to 10,000 openings across India. Okay. Am I able to meet those requirements? Not even 10%. That many requirements are there, but you're not even able to meet 10% of the requirements. We are talking on one hand unemployment and all these things. It's a question of not even unemployment, the willingness, the aspiration of the candidate is never being taken into account. Okay. I also do a lot of career counseling to student community. Most cases, the parents come and say, "Sir, can you please advise my son or daughter? He says that he wants to do this course, but I want him to do an engineering degree." And actually I do some kind of an assessment, like how these people have an assessment, counseling assessment platform. There are a couple of assessment platforms you can. When you actually assess their competency or the element of aspiration, it's completely different. The aspirations are never taken into account. And most of the time I end up counseling the parents and not the kids. It's so hard to even last evening there was one of the parent who got upset. My son has completed 12th standard with a commerce education. I want him to join BCom program, but he's saying that he wants to do some gaming course. Okay, so then I did the assessment and found out that that will be competent for that particular space of gaming. He has very great effort. If I want to put him into a BCom program, it doesn't make any sense for him to anything. So the skill ecosystem has to look at the aspirations also. So I wish to put it across, if you were on the policy side also, that it's not just only the skill training or the education system aligned to it, it should also take into account the aspirational element and make the learning the learner-centric, not competency. We are actually bombarding a lot of elements to our kids. Okay. When we talk about soft skills training program, so there is a standard 40-hour program or 30-hour program delivered part of any skilling exercise. The guy might be already knowing certain elements of communication skills. Why should I get into it? And he doesn't like it. And probably he drops out after some point in time. We're witnessing a phenomenal amount of dropouts. And I know there are several skilling training partners who are sitting in this room. They know how much of the dropout percentage is happening. So don't keep everything. Try to assess the gap with the student, besides the aspiration. Okay. If we are trying to focus this, and I'm sure that the new education policy tries to address most of these perspectives, wherein certain few more changes where the government at the state level can also contribute to this element. I'm sure that we'll be able to make phenomenal changes. And yet another element I wish to tell is a larger element of focus needs to be there on the assessment aspect. Our assessment system is too far from what the industry is looking for. We are trying to assess the student just on what is memorized. His memory is assessed. His memory is not recognized as the industry is concerned. So we need to revamp the assessment system. Okay, I mean the student can be given an option at the end of his graduation program because he wants to have an academic assessment or an industry assessment. Can we bring in that element of it? So if these reforms can be added to this whole exercise, I'm sure we'll be able to make a lot of change and we will have definitely, I'm sure that India can emerge as a skill capital for the world. Okay? And we have wonderful workforce for the world to
Thank you, Mr. Gadi. Very insightful input from your side. And especially, you have mentioned about the opportunity lost to the tune of 1.97 trillion, which is a very, very big number. Right? So if this opportunity, can be captured, then we are almost there where we want to go. So really, really thought-provoking,
So we are already a $3 trillion economy. Right. We are losing $2 trillion on this. So
and very, very relevant point that you mentioned is, the gap in the aspiration of students vis-a-vis, their parents. So now going to you, sir. Though Coin Consultancy is highly active in this, in all these studies and in this ecosystem. So I would like to understand from you that all these reforms, and these are revolutionary things. It was not, easy thing to, propose, work and get the nod of, the entire cabinet honestly. So now, what are your views on this piece? How this NEP 2020 is going to, address this attrition and aspiration there? So what are your views on this? And, it's relevant to industries, of course. But these are addressed, then of course,
Actually, they were addressed. Thanks to Ganesh. The insights he gave about career guidance, which is very close to my heart, and almost like 4 years of my valuable time have gone to it. Every kid, when we want to send him from supply to demand side, okay, 3 aspects need to be understood from the parent side and also the teacher side. One is the skill of the student, and the aspiration and the interest. If these three are not understood properly, then he may land in a career which he may not be good at, which need to be addressed in the overall NEP. When Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Education and Ministry of Skill Development and UNDP had a workshop on whether to have National Career Guidance Framework as a part of NEP or not. There's a very good workshop there just before the pandemic year. And then NEP got released, about to release. Okay. So at that point of time, we recommended close to different panels recommended close to 50 recommendations to the having a National Career Guidance and Counseling Framework under NEP. So with which every student from the 6th class onwards, okay, should be assessed with the right tools. Unfortunately, as a country, we don't have any proper tools which are customized to our needs. India is having a different demographics compared to the Western countries. Not one single tool to assess our students is not good to understand their aspirations or skills. Okay, so there was a debate on having a repository of assessments for the country so that will be given to different levels and understand these 3 aspects. Once you assess the skill, aspiration and interest, then as per the NDP also, the GRE gross gross enrollment ratio targets are very, very high. For the schooling, they are aspiring towards 100% of GER. And for the higher education, which is now at 26.3%, and they want to improve it to 50% by 2035, which is very aggressive and wonderful target to achieve. So while the supply is coming, if we have these kind of proper tools in place, the supply will understand properly that what are my career paths, in what way I need to move, where should I be if I take this career path in 10 years or 15 years. To a great extent, our NSQF have done that. In 2013, when the framework got released, there are so many QPs came out and OS games came out. Close to now 2490 QPs are there, under 36 sector SSCs. So this kind of framework is already there. Now this needs to be clubbed with the plan policy. Okay, so right from 6th class onwards, the NDP is stressing on having vocational courses in line with our traditional maths, physics. So they emphasize that vocation should be there from day one, from the 6th class. So even when you're going through, we know the famous 5+3+3+4 system, which is now currently proposed in the new education system. So by the time he is +2 student, then he moves to higher education. There also they gave a different equation. If you finish first year of your graduation, then you will be given a certificate. Okay, then you can discontinue for a week or for a month or for a year also, take a break and learn something which is actually there in the industry to reach the demand of the industry. That's where sector skill courses like TSSC or other sectors can pitch in, create certification programs and work with the colleges. In NEP, they have given a wonderful leverage to the higher education institutes that any higher education institute, if they are really interested to create certification programs in association with the accreditation bodies, then create your own. A student from X college would like to stop his education for 1 year, take a break, and come to this other institute, which is Y or Y, and pick up this certification program and go back to your same college. That's a beautiful business which NDP is proposing. Okay, if that is really implemented, nothing like that.
And major minor system. Okay.
So far, we have seen this kind of system in the students going abroad. In MS they have majors and minors. Okay, if the student is really interested in learning artificial intelligence, who is from skill background, the present system is not allowing that. Okay, now I can choose my majors from my core and minors from the other engineering background, which he may be covered with innovative solutions, or he will be very much in touch with the industry requirements. So in this way, demand can be easily actually met. Okay, and another important point which I really liked in the overall NEP framework is the National Research Foundation. Almost like 0.1% of our GDP, which is close to 20,000 crores, is proposed to give to National Research Foundation, and this will be an apex body which will be monitoring all the research works which are done by the UGC or ICMR and then other research foundations, where this body will be made sure that all the research money is going to the proper channel. Okay, that's the apex body. Now, this will actually impact in a wonderful way. NDP says that if you want to have a 4 years degree, then 1 year should be dedicated to your research. Okay, and then this engineering college or degree college can approach this National Research Foundation and apply for the papers and get the grant, get it done. Okay, so in that way, the overall they have given solutions in 360 degrees view covering all the aspects, right from schooling to higher education, and then of course finally PhD. So these are my insights about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reddy. You have rightly mentioned, about a lot of points that include, the importance of, taking our education system comparable to the Western countries also, as you mentioned. So, this will lead to a very, very interesting question, and I would request Dr. Rao to, address this. So Dr. Rao currently is heading the university, Yale University here. But while we were having a chat during the lunch time, so he told me that he has spent a good amount of time overseas also, right? So I think you have, set the tonality very right. So now we can have a perspective from him also, current education which he is heading, and then his comparison with the Western countries which he has observed, and the kind of reforms that are expected after this MEP 2020. We are very, very hopeful that by the time we will be having next such panel discussion, maybe a year from now, we will be able to see a lot of results and a lot of good comparisons. So over to you, Dr. Rao. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. In a nutshell, so many times it happens when people meet us, especially in academia, being a category 1 university, or top university, one of the top universities in the country. People ask what is NEP, basically, how it is helping. In one sentence, we can say that NEP is all about a student-centric, a faculty-centric, a nation-centric. In the sense that the student who wants to discontinue, who wants to continue, both sides, he has the edge. Being a university which is graduating, which is making more than 50,000 students out of the campus every year with successful career. Some of the key aspects of Yale University I would like to emphasize. People are talking about NEP 2020 from last 3 years. We have been doing it for more than 4 or 5 years. In the sense that everybody stops this syllabus point of view, where a course has lecture, tutorial, and practice. Yale University started adding the component called skill to every course in the sense. Some of the courses which have the practical component are totally converted into skill courses, which is fully formative assessment, not a summative assessment. As told by earlier dignitary, rightly said that there should be focus on assessment as well. It's not that what you give the skill, but how you are assessing. Are you testing the memory power? Are you testing the ability of the student? We are so careful about it. Started our skill development division 4-5 years back itself. A dedicated team working for this. With me, Honorable Chairman, AP Skill Development Corporation, who usually work very close with Yale University in Andhra Pradesh. Every program initiated by AP Skill Development Corporation, for that matter NSDC, for that matter NASCOM, any skill that they initiated, they first come to our approaches, and the moment anybody approaches like that, Yale University is always there in the forefront to start the program for the benefit of students. Also, when it comes to the skill, what is that advantage that student is going to acquire or achieve after the skill certification? In the morning session also, we have seen so many discussions about the skills, but this is the right time where there is a center exclusively meant for telecom and related technologies. People know that if you go to any part of Hyderabad or if you go to any part of India, you can get certified by data science, data science, you can get certification in some other technologies, may not be in telecom center. This is really the high time where people are looking at what are the opportunities for me. Myself is an electronics and for the admissions every year, people always ask, especially in Telugu states, they ask me, what is the use of electronics and communication? No use. There is no opportunity. There are no opportunities. Don't tell about electronics and communication. People are unable to recognize the potential that 5G is going to provide, the potential that electronics is going to provide in future, not after decades, within 1 to 2 years. That's where the TSSC definitely will trigger the requirement of the industry, also try to bridge the gap. At the university level, suppose I am a student and I joined a university, not my university, of first year of my study. I started developing some app development, started some working on my own, some startup. Then I developed some negligence or some sort of, you don't like to continue your education. Then there should be a way for a student to get something for his 1 year time spent in the campus, on the campus. Maybe in terms of diploma, advanced diploma, degree or engineering. That's where NEP is about. The morning session people, somebody rightly mentioned, faculty members did not work for the industry. Yes, that gap we have identified long back, and we started recruiting someone who has blend of experience both in the industry and academia, where they only know what industry is looking for. My students, when they go outside, they shouldn't feel that I'm in a new world. I studied something and the industry is asking something. That's where we started giving the skill from second year itself in the form of different certifications. Certifications, are you giving the certifications on your own, or the certifications given by some industry? You take one certification. Who are we asking some certification? If your students are certified by this, I am ready to take your people. There is no placement leave requirement. Directly the company can ask. Suppose there is one technology requirement of some 5G. Take Telecom or say take some other company which is prominent in the technology. We are approaching them and asking, you go to different people, different placements, and recruit people. You tell us what exactly you are looking for from a student. We'll try. First of all, before that, I'll make my faculty train in your organization for 6 months or a year. When you take a calibered faculty members, definitely the faculty can work, spend some time in real time. Very few universities in the country can spare their faculty to work for industry for more than 6 months. They always look at how much I'm paying, they're going and enjoying the industry. But if the universities can think in a different perspective, where if they can spare the people to industry for 6 months or 1 year, they can come back to the university, and obviously they can create a huge difference in creating good professionals, not just book readers. So that's where one important aspect I want to touch upon. NEP, coming to the NEP, so many people say that it will take 50 years to come into existence. People are talking now about NEP. Definitely takes some time. I'm 100% sure a lot of reforms have been made, have been given or arranged by governments. You take any Telecom government or Andhra Pradesh government, for that matter UGC, for that matter AICTE, started giving autonomy to many universities. If you are proven in terms of your rankings, in terms of your accreditations, government is encouraging a lot. Today, being a university, I can make my student work for 1 year in industry, 1 year in industry. Even if you are a 4-year BTech student, I can allow my student to spend 1 year of time in industry after his 3rd year. That is possible because industries are also looking for a ready-made resource. Gone are the days in the morning session, the task chairman was telling, gone are the days where people are taken and recruited, kept on bench for 6 months, again retrained, reoriented. All these days are gone. Now industry is looking for a quick solution and immediate resources, ready-made resources, where the universities play a vital role. Definitely NEP will enable these universities. If you are really want to use, if you really you are into the use the freedom given by government, definitely there is a space. If you don't want to use it, definitely this gap will talk about even after 50 years, even after 100 years, we'll still hear the same comments from industry that academia is not suitable now, academia is not meeting requirements. Academia says that industry is not giving the opportunity. Both sides. There is always a gap, obviously. I'm 100% sure NEP is definitely a debate. Now it's a debate. Tomorrow it will be implementation. But fortunately, Government of India authorized us in the form of university long back in 2009, and we became 2018. We became Category 1 university. There are only 25 universities in the country who are Category 1 universities. Out of 1,000 plus universities in the country, KL is one among them. Being a Category 1 university, we started giving this freedom to the student, choice-based system. You don't want to study all the 6 courses that are offered in a semester. You can defer it, you can underload yourself, you can overload yourself. That's where the student-centric. You want to take a break for 6 months to start something in the form of a startup. Go on, start, come back, you take your subjects back again. You will not waste your time again. So there are so many flexibilities like this. Faculty, suppose if they say you go to some country, get yourself trained for 6 months, get yourself trained for 1 year, we send our faculty to get them trained. The moment the faculty get trained across the world, whatever technology, definitely that is going to be transferred to the student. That's where the difference is. Unless otherwise we provide the platforms, venues for the faculty to orient themselves, this is all going to be a chalk and talk model for a long time, and definitely will be behind. NEP always supports the people of other countries to come and study in India. That's what the government always envisions. It's not so easy to attract foreign students unless otherwise you compete with them in many aspects. You talk about some US students coming to Hyderabad, coming to Vijayawada, coming to some other city in India. It's not so easy to attract unless otherwise there are a lot of flexibilities. With me, I've seen so many students coming from different countries and they say, yes, this is the place where there is a lot of freedom to the students. So definitely, when you skill your student, the skill always helps the student to acquire more and more opportunities without much confusion, without much any delay in the growth. Maybe after first year, maybe after second year, maybe after third year. So I would like to congratulate actually, as I told you, as an electronics and communication engineer, I've been looking for some opportunity where I can show the student that yes, there are opportunities in 5G. You get time in this domain. There are opportunities in electronics. You get time here. Till then, we can show AI, you can show IoT, you can show ML, but they are all only technologies. But real-time applications, use cases are found in electronics and communication only. I thank for the opportunity. Once again, appreciate the efforts of KSSC for the wonderful interactive session today.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, Mr. Anthony. So, you are part of the startup ecosystem, and you have been a part of the forces which is known for the training, right? So, with all these reforms and the comments from the fellow panelists, so how do you see the startup ecosystem getting benefited out of these reforms in the education system?
Thanks a lot. I'll probably not go too much into the provisions of the NEP because I think all the other panelists have covered it adequately. But there is a fundamental suggestion that I would like to make to the rest of the panelists to keep in mind. Today, the half-life of any technology, like when you sit on the startup side of it, the half-life of any technology is only about 6 to 8 months. Which means whatever you develop today, within 8 months is going to be half as relevant, 16 months, 1/4, and within 2 years it's out. Okay? Even if you take simple examples like Instagram, what Instagram was 1.5 years ago, today it's an influencer platform. It is not a social media network anymore. So whatever policies, whatever practices that you take in your organizations or in your institutions, for example, right, please try and keep them dynamic. The NEP gives us a lot of provisions for us to keep it dynamic, which means like you rightly mentioned, I want to take a break, go out, upskill myself. Because by the time a person enters his first year of engineering, and by the time he's come out, please remember that there are 6 such half cycles which have happened. right? So if you are not constantly innovating while this training program is going on, by the time it's coming out, it's going to be irrelevant. So we are assuming that there is a demand, we are assuming that there is a supply, right? And we will skill the supply for the demand. But please understand that demand itself is changing every 8 months. Right? So unless we are dynamic in our methodologies, and NEP provides, like for example, NEP provides for an incubator system to be set up in every institution. This is a great initiative. Because what we essentially need is from job seekers to job makers. Right? And just imagine the amazing potential of the NEP that moment he's stepping out of college, he's looking at job creation as an avenue rather than placement as an avenue. Right? So that is the kind of transition that the NEP allows us to bring. And I think that is the true power of NEP. Once those levers are in place, the levers are in our hands. Or how much we want to exploit those levers. Right? It is in all of us. It is in the DSSC, it is in the institutions, it is the policy making, it is the quality. Right? We are the ones who are going to be using those levers. But what I would request is that is how the startup world is evolving. Right? If you are not reinventing yourself every 8 months, you are going to be out of the game in 16 months. Right? And that is the difference. Today, if there are 83,000 registered startups, and if there are only 63 unicorns which have come out, you can imagine the percentages, 0.00, how many zeros to put there. Right? Why? Because that constant innovation is not there. And innovation happens at multiple levels. Innovation happens, it is a mindset. Right? You have to innovate on your business model, you have to innovate on your support model, you have to innovate on your product, you have to keep innovating on your product to keep it relevant. Right? So that culture, the mindset of innovation is what something NEP provides for, but it is for us to use those levers to maximize it from becoming job seekers to job providers, to job creators. Thank you. I think it's a good.
Thank you very much, sir. Very well summarized. You have mentioned, the need for new skill and the emphasis on keep on reinventing on the new skills. So my question to Dr. Reddy, since Hyderabad is known as the IT hub and traditionally has been very prominent place as far as IT is concerned. So is there any specific focus of government on these futuristic job roles or these new skills? Is there any plan of the government or policy maker for the same?
Actually, after the division of the state for AP regarding IT sector, the major center is Visakhapatnam. So already developing Visakhapatnam is one of the major ideas of the Chief Minister is taking forward, and various IT giants are planning to put up their offices there also. And not only IT, even in pharma sector, Visakhapatnam is doing well after the division. And then regarding this futuristic skills, that is where we are planning to have the skill hubs. And in relation to skill hubs, from skill hubs, the next one step above skill hubs is this skill colleges across AP. Each one skill college in one parliament segment. That is 25 and one in our CM's assembly segment. So we are having 26 skill colleges. And then to govern all these hubs, colleges, we are going to have one skill university. See, one of our panelists was mentioning regarding certification. So whatever course the student skill he learns from any of the skill hub college, he will be certified by our skill university. So the certification point is taken care by the university. So futuristic skills, the basic idea is every category must be taken care of, right from school dropout till the highest technocrat, like whoever is finished engineering, MBA, MTech, whatever it is. So every category has to be taken care. That is the combined thinking of the government of AP. That is how we move forward and take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Oh, this is already close to 4. So, I don't want this session to end. And time is running very, very fast, it seems to me. So now we have to, end this session. Any closing remarks from the panelists? So I would welcome.
So, a couple of things which you wish to, especially the training partners and the ecosystem sitting here. In this particular context of the Telecom sectors council event here, if you look at the government policies, probably 15, 20 years or 30 years back, we're talking and focusing largely on 3 things, which is the Kana, Kapada, Makan. These are the 3 elements which was spoken, which are basic needs. Today there is a 4th element which is important, which is the internet mapping. And many of us being one of the southern states have made it, it's a basic necessity. So, this inevitably positions that the telecom industry is going to flourish big in this nation, which leads to say that there is enough of opportunity available for the community of students who we are producing. Having said that, we need to take into account as well as the way the training partners deliver the training programs are facilitated and supported by the Telecom Sectors Council or the university system of education which is being built for the skill universities. The sustainable development goals, what we have to be taken into account. And we are getting to what we call it the Society 5.0. We've been talking about Industry 4.0, we've been talking about now Industry 5.0. So I wish to tell the Society 5.0, which is all about building humans which and skilled resources who takes care of the sustainable elements of goals that we are talking about in the industry. So if you are able to produce skilled resources taking into account these elements, and I wish the SSC takes some initiatives in terms of building the overall structure. It's not just only the technical skills, but also the so-called soft skills which needs to take into account the sustainable development goals. And beyond that, I wish all the training partners partner to this ecosystem of building measures and training programs which enable sustainable development goals.
Thank you very much.
One closing note for the entire ecosystem here. Like the golden grants for skill development overall initiatives are coming to a very end, close. Okay. Now, everyone in the ecosystem, being a training partner or industry, we need to explore the possibilities of certification courses which are paid by the candidate or the student. Okay, NEP is a wonderful tool. It will happen either maybe next year or next year. It will happen. It has to happen. By the time every training partner or ecosystem partner here, if they explore where exactly they can fit in, on what courses they can actually get improve their expertise and start building the curriculum or content towards that. So we will be ready by the time NEP is implemented in engineering college. JNTU Hyderabad recently announced that already that students after 2 years of engineering can take a year break to certify themselves or do some internships or do some R&D or start some startup. This kind of facility is given by JNTU Hyderabad recently. So this, if you see this as a scale, okay, imagine close to 1.52 lakhs engineering students taking break in different timings of their engineering and searching for a wonderful certification course or some place where they want to upgrade themselves to meet the industry needs. So there, the people who can supply or the people who can cater the need is very important. That's where the present ecosystem need to relook at our business models so that we can grab the opportunity. Thank you.
So I think very safely today that we can add to Maslow's hierarchy data and battery. Right? Without data and battery, and both are intricately connected to telecom. Right? You cannot get beyond, at least in the near future, accessibility to data, wireless accessibility to data, and battery is going to stay for some time to come. Right? And I think NEP provides us a very open platform, a very wide-ranging opportunities for us to work on both of these, right? So at least for the near future, I think a lot of emphasis will continue to remain on telecom as a sector. A lot of R&D will be required in telecom as a sector. And a lot of training and skill development will definitely be required in telecom as a sector. Having said that, how can we move that from job seekers to job creators? I think, and utilize this NEP platform for that. I think that will remain for us to be innovative about to find those opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to add one point before we conclude for the day today. Whenever somebody approaches for any training, for example, we check first which is the company that you are trying to. So, what is the benefit that my student is going to get? Is it just a certification or is it linked to an employment? Suppose if I am certified in 5G, will Qualcomm take me? Can it recruit some people from my campus? If I am OV certified, can the company take me? So likewise, we usually check with every training agency or training institutions how that is going to be useful for the student. Is it only for the award of degree or is it really requirement of the industry? First thing, you take any industry, every industry these days, popular industry, even though it's not of context, if you take Google says that you try with the TensorFlow, Microsoft says that Azure, Amazon says that you certify in AWS. Same way, if you are starting something related to telecommunication, you also have to get it connected to some of the top chains. Maybe the Qualcomm, maybe Intel, maybe Apple, maybe Broadcom. There are some companies, old players. If you are tied up with some top companies like this, and if you come up with a linkage to the universities, I don't think any university will refuse your proposal. This is my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So before we end the session, we can take one or two questions. So in case,
I just want to ask one question.
Kindly name the panelist also. We move to Ali to ask the question.
My question, actually, you can take because I'm asking with the different verticals my question, and little bit, Srikant, you just touches my question actually by saying that the golden era is going to be close. So basically, everybody actually, on behalf of all our training partner, I'm just asking this particular question because that was a trend was there was a government, okay, they were looking the RFP and everything. There was a training partner who tried that and applied that. But now, after this NEP, there's a lot of fear in the market. They may take that entirely swept that market. The NEP, when it will be 100% implemented all over the schools, start from the 6th, and then when there would be the huge kind of that, supposing they covered, right now though it is at 1.2% only, so suppose they covered the 100% kind of the things, or maybe 50-60%. So what will be the scenario of the current system? And how this pupil has to, or the stakeholder has to change their role to adopt the new system. As far as that, it would be the answer I would request to the different scenario. One is that what that like your training partner they have to do, how to adopt that system, what the industry has to do, and like as in college, right now the college is only focusing on the white collar job roles. Okay, no other one. And this NEP 2020 is mostly is for the blue collar job role. What is as per the government meant. Though it is being taking care of the entire, but their focus is only on the blue collar job roles. So what would be the academia role? What presently they are doing and what they have to do it? What the government presently, what they are appearances, what they are going to do it, and the training partners. And industry, what industry is going to be come in this picture through NEP. Or four.
I'll answer your question in 3-4 steps because there are so many perspectives to it. Okay. The first perspective is the government point of view. Probably government obviously mentioned the great emphasis on the teacher training programs. Okay. So we vocational training program or the regular syllabus. Okay, they adopt in 6th class as I told you, as I mentioned in NEP. For sure, they have to take a vast scale of the training the present ecosystem teachers. Okay, upskill them. Okay, present in a couple of states already, school vocational programs are happening with the help of NSTC and the training partners. So over a period of time, government may not be interested to fund further when they have already trained teachers in their system itself. So the moment state governments adopt that as a policy, then what happens? They are forced to show the results from the existing teachers system. So existing teachers need to be upskilled. Their probably training partners' role is there along with SSCs. For sure, we have to certify them or we have to train them, train the running of the trainer program we need to conduct so that they will be upskilled further, they will take care of it. So that's one perspective from the school sector or the government sector. For the existing training partners, yes, definitely for the next 3 to 4 cycles. Okay, government needs our support because the number of schools are very high in our country, and so to cater the need of the last school in the system, obviously training partners also will be part of the overall journey to implement our QBs or NOAs based on the demand. Okay, and the industry perspective of it is in the schools may not be probably we should speak about that. We have to implement much, but in the higher education institutes, there is a huge need for the industry to come in because they are the people who need to give their demand and skills list what they want. Okay, and also establish center of excellence or good labs. This kind of contribution should be there from the industry side. So probably you may want to add some points on the school side for the industry.
So, does it answer your question? So, all the training partners should be thanking Mr. Praveen Srodi. He's really, very, concerned about your adoption as per the, new education policy. With this session is coming to the end. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks to all the panelists. I would request Bali sir if he can come and present the memo as a token of thanks.
Thank you very much. Really very interesting panel. Personally enjoyed it. The contribution from all of you have been great. And we come on I think your experience and your knowledge of the complete aspect is very appreciated. And as I said, that each one of you comes from very rich background, especially I think your presence in this position really great today. We'll just like to present this song to the window for the day.
Sir.
So I request all of them to please take back your seats, and we'll let you know honor our partners, co-sponsors for the event. And I request Mr. Reddy to please honor our sponsors, co-sponsors who have been very supportive to make this event happen. University, their candidates will not come today because of some family issues. So I request Gaurav to take this. Magnus.
So next we have Charita Computers, and we request representatives from Charita Computers to come. Charita Computers. Next is Akhila Consultancy. I'm a service here at Akhila Consultancy. Narayana Trading Service, I would request their representatives to please come. Narayana Trading Services. Jnana Sudha, representatives from Jnana Sudha, please come on stage. have Narayana Training Services. Next we have Akinam Consultancy. Next we have Spruti Rural Skill Development Society. And lastly, we have Kaliska Academy. Kaliska has also been instrumental in organizing this event. So I would request members of the Kaliska Academy please come on stage.
Thank you very much. With this, we end this program. I'll once again thank all of you, all the sponsors, all the guests, all the speakers who have come all the way to make this event successful. And special thank to T-Hub Management for making this possible for us to organize this great event in this location. Thank you very much. And there is a tea we have arranged, so please have tea with us. And I know some of you may still have some questions, so we can answer it over the phone. Me and my team is here even tomorrow, so anything, any work that we do with you will be on great time. Thank you.
మొత్తం రికార్డింగ్ చేసిన అవసరం లేదు న్యూస్లో ఓకే వేరే సార్ ఓకే ఓకే అదే నన్ను చూసేట్టు Ready? Okay, I'm ready. On. వెనక్కి ఉంటే ఫుల్ వస్తుంది వెనక్కి
Why don't you close the program with Janagana Mana?
లైటింగ్ లేదు కొంచెం వస్తావా తీసుకుని తీసుకున్నాను
అవసరం
Say ready? Ready, sir? Wait, sir.
ఇక్కడ తీసుకో 2-3 తీసుకో ఫటాఫట్.
Say ready. Wait, sir. Wait, sir. Wait, sir.
వాళ్ళు కూర్చోడు ఫోటో అండి. ఫోన్లో కాదమ్మా వచ్చే వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చేసేది.
Ready, sir?
Okay, let's all stand for the national anthem.
ఇప్పుడు కాపీ చేస్తారు మరి కాపీ
చేయాలంటే ఎక్కడ చేస్తే ఎంత
ప్రింటింగ్ చేసి 10 రూపాయలు ఇస్తా అంటే ప్రింటింగ్ చేసి 10 రూపాయలు ఇస్తా అంటే చేయాలి ఫోటో సార్ ఫోటో
సార్ ఇంకోటి నా కార్డు ఉందా మీ పేరు ఏంటి సార్ మీ పేరు సార్ కాంటాక్ట్ చెప్పండి కదా రిజల్ట్ ఓకే సార్ మర్చిపోకండి ఖచ్చితంగా సార్ థ్యాంక్ యూ వాళ్ళు విజిటింగ్ కార్డు ఇస్తే మనం కొంచెం ట్రై చేయొచ్చు मैम थोड़ा सा ओके रेडी से
అవసరం అలాగే అవసరం లేదు ఎగ్జామ్ కట్ చేసి
Thank you.
question.
I'm going to jump into here.